This is going to be a fun one. Happy you're here. Please welcome to the show my guest for this evening, Uwu.
Toho, your local favorite mad scientist. How's it going?
I apologize, I had you muted for a moment, so you might want to redo the intro. We're off to a great start this week.
All right. I am Toho, your local favorite mad scientist. How's it going? I do largely DIY content, as most of you know, namely science-based content, as my character would imply. And I very generously, very kindly, been invited on to Vtuber Talk this week.
You just cheated me out of my first question. The first thing, as always, please introduce yourself, and you just have it right out of the gate. But I'm impressed.
I've never introduced myself ever, and during a raid or anything, I'm just like,
that was a good
here's
intro,
what we're doing right now.
That was a really solid intro, though. Well done.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad I was able to improv something.
I was talking with a friend earlier this week. There are very few IRL friends that I have that know about Vtuber Talk, but I was talking with them and saying, here's who I have for this week, and I'm not blowing smoke up your ass when I say this is one of the most creative people I have seen streaming, period. Like Facecam, VTuber, what have you. And I said, this guy, I think within a year is going to blow up. Mostly metaphorically, but possibly physically as well.
Possibly physically as well. I'm very flattered, thank you.
And it really didn't even occur to me until I was saying that to him. I was like, oh wait, actually, of all the people that might possibly physically blow up, they might be the only one. Has that ever been a fear for you that you obviously, for all the crazy things that you do, and even if it might seem like things are haphazard, you very clearly know about safety and what to do to make sure that you're not actually going to be in danger. But are there any experiments that you've had where even for the slightest moment, just, oh gosh, do I have enough safeties in place right now?
Oh boy, I get to talk about safety right off the bat. People always it's the first thing that gets brought up by people coming into stream, so...
I feel like it's sort of understandable that, like I said, you're one of the few folks that such matters even really have to occur to.
Yeah. I do take many safety precautions. Shockingly, surprised as some people might be, I'm OSHA certified. I know... proper lab safety. I work in a lab, and mostly around electrical components, electrical and mechanical dangers, but I have to also get trained for chemical and such as well. So I'm familiar with those safety precautions, and I follow that through at home. So largely, my projects are actually quite safe, even though I make them look like theatric and crazy. There is one project that comes to mind where I realized after the fact, hang on a second, this actually was not safe, and I overlooked how unsafe it was. And it was the project, it was the Building Mickey's Dick Smasher project from about 2 months ago. For anyone unaware. Well, actually, you know what? No, it's better if you have no explanation. It's two plates that smack into each other at incredible speeds. That's the idea for the build. And I built it in my basement, and I had it hooked up to motors that would slam 2 carts on a gantry into each other. And I was like, that's a funny idea. So I got that set up. I bought the equipment I needed, and I set up for the stream, and then I had it actually run them into each other, and it was like super weak. I was like, oh, this is like not enough to get anything remotely cool or theatric out of it. But we have to turn this project around somehow. And so I improvised the project by I took a bunch of bungee straps and strapped them to each cart and had them under pressure held in with like a single steel rod that was like holding them back.
Oh
and I didn't realize at the time, because that was improvised. I didn't think I was going to do that. I didn't have it planned as a backup or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think about it when I was setting it up on stream, but those being under pressure like that, like any one of those could have come undone or like snapped.
If something slips.
it would have been super amount of force. And I was like, wasn't the most safe that I've been. That's probably the only time that I realized that it was a little too unsafe. There's been some other things I've been unsure about for other reasons, but not safety. That's the only one where I've been like, oh wait.
Yeah, and that's why
maybe
I was
didn't.
kind of curious, because I feel like it's pretty obvious that you are genuinely safe and that you aren't going to do something that is going to put you in danger intentionally, but that sometimes after the fact you might realize, oh wait, I overlooked this small thing, or in this case that it was just a full improv, and that makes it even more understandable how it would end up being overlooked, that you were just doing something in real time. Now, looking back on your VOD channel on YouTube, the first proper experiment stream that I can find is making a console from scratch, and that would have been in August of last year. Was that your first, what you would consider, experiment stream, or is there something that predates it?
Yes, that is. I'm surprised you found that one. Most of the one that people remember is the one where I built a Minecraft controller from scratch, or like a physical one, because that was like the first. That was like the premonition of what my content would become. It was like a weird stream at the time. But the console build stream was the true first electronics project. And it was done entirely... So I was putting out schedules by then. This was around the beginning of me putting out schedules. I think I'd only put out like 1 or 2, because I started streaming in late July of last year. And started putting out schedules probably mid-August. So I think this was late August. This was like pretty early on. I randomly had a Sunday off and was like, I had plans that fell through or something, and I was like, oh, I'll just stream. I hadn't streamed or anything, and so I just kind of pulled that project out from stuff I had laying around, just to kind of test the waters and see if anyone would want to watch that stuff. And I found out that I had some viewers that were into it, so that kind of encouraged me to try it more. And that was a far more technical build than most of my stuff is now.
And also just a conceptually, I don't want to say necessarily straightforward, but at least tame sounding, perhaps, that you nowadays do just the craziest stuff. And that, making a console, that just sounds not simple, but it's not that type of buck wild stuff that you do now. Do you remember what that first all right, let's do something batshit insane today?
Okay, so I already mentioned it. I spoiled this question
the Minecraft controller.
It was the Minecraft controller. It was basically building a joystick that would let me control direction and like a mouse with one hand. But then the other hand, I held an axe and had to chop a physical log to break blocks in the game. That was the most like... That was the first, like, weird physical build that I did, I guess.
Now, for swinging the axe, was it the thing tracking on the motion of the axe, or was it the impact to the log that did it?
Oh, it was the impact to the log. I had an impact, I believe it was a weight sensor under it, so that whenever you'd hit the log, it'd smack the sensor. That was how it detected it. Oh, and to place blocks, you had to throw blocks at a board that I had set up across the desk. It was, the camera setup and everything on that stream is super primitive. If you go back and look at it, it looks horrible, because that was before I moved. Like, a big thing that started me being able to do the kind of stuff I do now was moving. I cleaned out my basement and I moved all my streaming stuff down there, so I have a big floor that's open that I can do projects on. This was before that, so I was crammed into this tiny room and didn't have much space to do anything. So a lot of the earlier build streams are kind of funny looking just because of that.
That one may have been lost to the ages, because I'm checking your YouTube VOD channel and that doesn't seem to be appearing.
That one got copyright struck and is blocked on YouTube. So it's actually gone. Or gone for other people. I have a copy of it.
Of course.
And I believe I made an edit of it. I wasn't really doing edits of myself then. I can't remember if I did or not. But I have it archived, I think. There are a few lost VODs where I just forgot to pull them and they got lost to time. but I don't think that's one of them.
Do you remember where you were, or sort of what type of mindset you were in when that first wild idea came to you? Were you sitting down and thinking, all right, what's something different and creative? Or did you just sort of have an epiphany moment where it was like, ooh, yeah, I could probably do that?
I think it was. Oh no, for that one specifically, someone sent me a GIF of someone or a video of someone who built something similar, or like had some similar stupid setup, and I was like, I bet I could build that. And I think, oh, hang on, now that I'm thinking back, I think I'd already done a more like insane stream before that. I think it was the Doodle speedrun stream. I don't know, I don't have the list in front of me right now.
I do see that one on your VOD channel, Doodle Speedrun 1, Through the Fire and the Flames, and that is recorded October 25th.
Yes, okay. The Doodle speedrun came first, I believe. I'm trying to find where the other one... Yeah, that was... Okay, the Doodle speedrun was 2 weeks prior to that. That was the first, like, I guess, crazy stream that I did. And it was because, so my concept for that, when I sat down with that one, because I think this answers your question better of like, oh, how did you come up with the idea to do this? I think this one's a better answer to it, and it was because it was kind of what started trying this kind of stuff out. The idea for that was, I'm going to spin a wheel with a bunch of names on it of people that I know, and if it lands on the wheel, then I'll take the person, try to doodle them in 2 minutes, and then see how it looks. That was the plan. Do it on paper on the desk. And then like a few hours before the stream, like I had it planned and I put it on the schedule, and a few hours before the stream I was like, oh, you know what would be funny is if I had a chat vote to destroy it or not. And I figured I'd just like rip it up. And I was like, okay, that'd be cool. And then, like, right before stream, I think it was like 15 minutes before the stream started, I was like, I realized, I was like, wait a second, what if instead of just ripping it, I lit it on fire? And then, so...
Why not just add in a little bit of arson just for the hell of it?
I was like, that sounds like it'd make it really fun, right? That'd be a pretty cool idea. So I ran down and got a torch and a big like roast pan that I could burn it in. I was like, is this gonna be okay? It'll probably be fine. And that was like one of my first like really good streams. That was like one of the ones that I was like, oh, I'm really proud of this one.
Yeah.
And then like the next week I did another one, but I bought an airsoft gun and that I could blast them with instead. So it was like shaking up the destruction method.
That makes me think of those.
Those were like the earliest, like, I was really proud of those streams early on. Those were like my best content.
The airsoft concept makes me think of those near impossible carnival games where you need to shoot the little star through, and that...
Yeah!
that eventually, all right, you get those first couple holes in the paper, but then it's going to actually give way, so you're not able to actually just, punch it all the way through.
Yeah, I did. I got around that by strapping it onto a cardboard sheet, so the cardboard held it rigid.
Okay, so it holds it. Yep, that'll do it.
I think this was also the first stream that I actually like made a frivolous purchase to be able to facilitate, because I didn't have an airsoft gun, but I really wanted to try it, so I had to buy one that was able to do full auto, and it was worth it.
Because no, it's not a frivolous purchase. It's a business expense.
Yeah, I should have written that off my taxes, man.
I figure you can do that now. That just any of this stuff at this point that, obviously check with your accountant and whatnot. But to my understanding, that if it is bought primarily to be used for content, that it counts. So any of the plywood that you're buying, any of the chips, anything like that, that should all qualify, because if you are using it, then it should count, at least from what I've read.
Yeah. I've actually now I have a big spreadsheet for everything for 2023 where I log all the stuff I've bought for stream equipment and project stuff, and hopefully I can get that sorted. I have to worry about taxes this year, so I had to actually organize myself like an adult.
Oh no, well, definitely one of the scariest things out there, taxes.
Yeah, I know. It's coming for me.
Obviously, safety first. I'm not looking for exact name, location. Do you have like one or two main places that you go to for your materials, or do you end up having to go to a lot of different places to get the different things that you need?
Okay, so it differs between projects, but honestly, I get most stuff on Amazon because I plan my streams last minute and they ship very fast.
Yeah, that'll do
Stuff will get here like in 2 days at most, and like that's essential. Some stuff I have to get on eBay, like, and that's always like whenever I have to get something on eBay, the prep time for the project, and we can talk about the prep time for some of these projects later, but that makes it go up considerably because you have to arrange shipping times.
Yeah.
Trying to get like everything like that organized is a bit much.
Yeah, because my sort of knee-jerk reaction guess was, okay, he probably goes to Home Depot for a lot of things of just,
Yes.
like plywood and, basic screws and those types of more conventional building materials. But hearing Amazon definitely makes a lot of sense. And I have to believe that ordering all these various things, what has that done to your Amazon just algorithmic recommended products?
Oh my gosh, it is like, it's horrific. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Please.
So you can look at this. Yeah, keep shopping. Okay, hang on, what's it? Recommended for you. There's a PLC controller, some kind of high voltage transformer, some chemical bottle that's glowing, and a bunch of chips. Like, it's all industrial equipment.
Sounds right.
Everything on my recommended.
Do you... What was the first time that you bought something and you were, clicking the checkout button and you sort of... have you had any moments where it's like, oh gosh, I'm buying this, I'm doing this thing, how did my life lead to this?
Yeah. Let's see, what was the first time I did that? It was probably when I was buying like $100 worth of Matchbox track and cars so that I could do a Matchbox rally at my house for a stream. And I was like, this is a lot of equipment. There's a lot of money and stuff that I'm buying so that I can like set up toy cars to launch off my roof.
And yet,
for
that sounds
internet strangers.
Relatively normal. That could be a thing of, okay, I'm buying a lot of Matchbox track for a kid or something. That at least.
Yeah. Are you talking about something like the delivery people or like people getting it together would be like, oh, this looks suspicious.
Yeah.
What's this guy up to? Oh, the most I can tell you that one too. I would not do this stream now because I'd be afraid of getting over-reported. Even though it's in TOS, it's within TOS. There's some things like that where they're allowed, but I don't know if I would do them because if enough people think they're not allowed, they can like mass report it or something. I made explosives on stream one time. I made fireworks on a stream. It was and I bought saltpeter and sulfur and powdered carbon all on the same order, which you're not supposed to do because that looks incredibly suspicious.
And goodness knows that you are now, unfortunately, on the radar, not for, it wasn't your fault, but after the shock stream that you were thrown in Twitch jail for a short amount of time, you were released early, that your record was cleared, but that was only about 2 weeks ago now as of time of broadcast, and I do remember seeing that and thinking, oh, I can see how they would think that, or at least just in the blind, that if they're not watching the full stream and just seeing, okay, somebody hooked themselves up to a shock device, but that was a fun one.
After looking through, I was like, yeah, I can, it's at least somewhat reasonable. I can see how someone would have quick looked at that and gone, Oh yeah. Oh god, he's zapping him. He's electrocuting himself. I can understand that. I'm glad they reviewed it and hopefully actually purged it. I will find out if they actually honor a purge soon.
Well, it should be on your record if you just go to I forget which page it is on the back end of Twitch, but it should be there.
There's a back-end page that shows if you have bans on record.
Pretty sure, yeah, that it should just be in the content producer, the channel manager page.
Oh my gosh, 1 second.
You should just be able to check
I'm
that
checking
right now.
it right now. You have no claims. Oh, that's copyright. That's different.
Bring up criminal records live on stream.
Yeah. I want to know. I want to know if I have a criminal record. They should have removed it because they sent their
the
their
email
thing wasn't
said-
like reduced sentence. It was like, oh, you shouldn't have been banned for this to begin
Yeah.
with. But I also lost my emote instant upload. They didn't give me that back.
Oh, boo.
So I have to wait for that because I got new emotes and I was like, oh, I can make these my 2 new follow emotes. Oh wait, I can't do that anymore. Can I tell you a stream that I want to do, but I know that I'd get mass reported even though it's completely fine? I really want to synthesize chloroform as a on stream.
Yeah.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal.
But
It's not controlled.
Yeah.
But people would report the shit out of that stream. They would
That
be like,
feels
oh, this
real
has to be not allowed.
hazardous.
It is a hazardous substance. You have to be careful with it.
Mm-hmm. Also, Silius Nightlock and Queen Leo of Animals, thank you for the follows. Do you have a running journal at this point of just all the ideas that are in your backlog, or is it something that on a weekly basis that you think of 3-4 things and that you don't necessarily have a bunch that are just written down somewhere?
Oh, no, I have a physical book that I've started writing them in. Oh, it also helps because when someone suggests something during stream, I can be like, 1 second, I'm adding that to the book.
That probably helps a lot. That at this point, it's become your thing to the point where people... I hadn't even thought about it until you said it, that they're probably going to be coming to you with suggestions. So it's not just you having to sit down and think, okay, how do I one-up myself? What have I not done? That you are able to, within reason, sort of crowdsource the ideation.
Yes, it's actually really nice. It helps a lot because people send me videos they think are cool. And sometimes I'll be like, ooh, I could spin that into a stream.
Yeah, I could do that, or just whether it's a one-to-one recreation of what someone else has done, or, okay, I will take this, but then also add this layer, or remove that and swap it in with this.
Yeah, even just like I found YouTube channels full of that I didn't know about before that I'm like, oh, sick. I can like use like something else on this channel just because people recommended me stuff that they've made. So that's pretty cool. I've taken a few YouTube ideas and like put my own spin on them. I've done multiple stuff that's just been randomly suggested. Let me look at the journal right now because I cross them off when I do them.
How many unused ideas are in the journal right now?
I need to cross off chat controlled instrument because I made that
as
yesterday.
of about 24 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it counts
5,
up.
6,
Itsy Bitsy Bones, thank you for the follow.
10, 11, 12. Oh wait, that one's not actually possible. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 left.
All right, so that's...
Some of these are collab ideas, so they don't really qualify for the week to week.
Still, that's a good, month and a half, 2 months of stuff right there, and that's assuming that you don't think of anything new between now and when you run out, which is essentially impossible, I assume.
Well, you can't just smack any random 3 ideas together. You have to work within the constraints of like being able to plan the project, being able to get the stuff. There's an expense to every project in your time and your money.
Oh, for
Certain
sure.
projects could take a lot of time to plan. You can't do 3 of those in one week because even if with an entirely clear weekend, you will not have enough time to plan them all. And some projects cost a lot more than others. I can't afford to do multiple of those every week. Like next week, there's one expensive project that's made me force the other 2 to be like significantly cheaper than usual, just to balance it out for the whole week. So I have to kind of balance it around, which is why the book is so full even after all this time. I'm not just crossing 3 off from it every time.
Yeah.
I'm coming up with some new ones, and then typically taking like 1 from the book.
That makes sense.
To fill in the gaps. Yeah.
When you're making things up yourself, have you found, I don't even know what the proper phrase here is, have you found an efficient mindset of where to begin your thought process of where can I go next? Or is it just sort of sit down and maybe look at a few different things and see if that sparks inspiration?
That's pretty much it, yeah. I just sit and go through videos. There's some people that send me a lot of stuff too. I'll go through what they've recommended. I'll dig around through, okay, you know, can I get like, what parts do I have that I can utilize? What are we going for this week? I typically try to have a decent variety of builds every week. So like, I wouldn't have multiple like pneumatic crazy projects in a row. I wouldn't have like 3 days of that normally. I would try to like split it up into different kind of stuff. Like this week we had like a big robot project, and then a little robot project, and then like the kind of more crafty, like the bell project that I did last night.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, they're all a little different. They're not, you can't look at, you know, I didn't make like the bed that throws you out of it and the chair that throws you out of it, and you know, in the same week.
Yeah, you've got a good eye for how to actually make sure that there's variety, not just, like you said, for practical planning purposes, but also just for entertainment purposes.
Oh, I try to do that. Sometimes it ends up, I mean, sometimes you miss, but I feel like I've done a half decent job of trying to keep it varied, I think. Hopefully.
And that it's the type of thing that I've been doing Vtuber Talk for 2.5 years now, and that I can tell that I am better at planning and just running a show than I was in my first year. And you haven't done this even for a full year yet, and seem to have found your rhythm, and that I'm sure that in a year, 2 years' time, that there's a lot of things that are just going to become so second nature to you that you're going to be able to look at a concept and just in your head be able to even better estimate than you are now. Okay, that's probably going to take this much time. It'll probably cost around that much. It's going to end up having this type of feel, and it's actually very exciting when you get to have that sort of instinctual level knowledge just because of experience, because that's also when you're able to start pushing things a little bit farther and saying, okay, now that I'm very comfortable with all this, what can I stack on top of that, or how can I change things up? And that I figure if this is you in the first year, I'm kind of terrified to think what you might be doing in 2 years' time.
I hope I improve in 2 years' time. I mean, I'm sure I'll improve at least in certain ways, but I hope I'm able to like improve my scheduling and stuff right now, because it's pretty brutal as it is, trying to like get timing for everything right. I've already started to get a little better about realizing what projects are going to run away with me and which ones aren't. This week was the first time in a couple months that I've had a project that just went way longer than I thought it was going to. I've been pretty good about dodging those now, because like back in February or so, I can pull I could probably check, but off the top of my head, I remember multiple builds from February and March that were like 7-8 hour long streams, because it just took way longer than I thought they were going. Or like stuff where it ends up being just more complicated than I think, or you know, misjudging how something's going to go. And I've gotten a little better at that, but
and at the very
hopefully
least,
in a few years' time I'm better.
If memory serves, the one that ran pretty long this week was last night's with the bells, and that was primarily. No. Oh, was that the pneumatic one? That was it was the fish. Okay. It was
the fish. The fish was 7.5 hours.
Oh, that's right. That was.
It was so late.
Now, the time there was mostly spent on the programming, was it not?
It was troubleshooting, so some programming, some other stuff. But yeah, that and programming is something I always try to not have in my streams too, so that was like additionally driving me crazy. But the The thing that was actually, yeah. Oh wait, no. The thing that was taking so long with the fish is that I built it. I built the entire circuit and everything.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because I watched the VOD on that, and it was
I built it like on like protoboard, and it worked. In like the first hour, it was like, oh, this works exactly like it's supposed to. Perfect. And then I soldered it all into a board because I wanted this to be like a permanent thing. And I soldered something on backwards, and it was done in such a way that the entire board was trashed. Like, I had to throw away the whole thing, start completely from scratch, and then it was just like problem after problem after that. So it was really frustrating because I had it, and then
you were so
it all went
close.
wrong. Yeah. When we had that working in the first hour, I was like, oh, this is gonna be an easy stream. Let's go. And then was instantly smacked upside the head by my hubris. I also built it wrong twice. When I reassembled the board, I put it on wrong again. I did it wrong the same way twice because I wasn't paying attention.
Well, you do have your attention being pulled in a lot of directions that obviously you are working with the machinery you're having to just make sure that stream is being maintained. Then there's chat, there's different redeems, and that you have what I actually think is a really creative solution to making sure that when you are doing coding, that things aren't super boring, and that's that you allow folks to add, I don't know if it's gifts or if it's particular assets, but I do know that by the end of that stream, that screen was covered in just dancing anime girls. It started with Chica doing the dance from episode 3 of Kaguya Love is War, and just as you go through, a couple more get added, and at the end of it, I think there must have been 15 on there.
There was like 20 gifts at the end. I only have done that stream, actually. I don't think I've ever done that on a programming one. I'll normally let people add like ASCII art to the code or something, though. I've done that before. But normally the streaming or the coding part is short. So I'm like, all right, boys, suffer through. Buckle in. This is the boring part before we get to the fun part. It's normally like the last thing you do before the thing works. So it's like, all right, if you guys put up with this, then we have the fun part earlier. But that one, it was taking so long, I was like, all right, guys, here, I'll make it more interesting.
And thank goodness, chat is always able to add a little bit of chaos and entertain themselves when given just a couple of toys.
Oh, absolutely. My chat's pretty great.
Sarah Vane, still thank you for the follow. What is one of the newer things that you've added to your stream, whether it be something like a redeem for when you have the programming screen, or if it is just a new way that you prep things and just build and implement? Has there been anything that has changed over these past couple of months?
Past couple of months? A lot of things. Past couple weeks, not so much. But yeah, past couple of months, probably about 2 months ago, was when I moved everything down to the basement, which was the biggest change for what I'm able to do with content. I think I mentioned before, I used to be crammed in this tiny room that was just big enough to fit my desk and the work desk. And so whenever I did any project whatsoever, anything that, because you know, like when you're working on something, you have like boxes and stuff you have to like set off to the side. After every stream, it was like impossible to get out of the room. You had to like move everything out.
Pun half intended, boxed yourself in.
Yeah, literally boxed myself in. And that was like regular, and it was like infuriating because you're like constantly fighting around everything in the room to try to like show off stuff to the camera and whatever. And like now, and I could never do streams for some of the stuff I do now where I like set up a whole scenario. Oh, I could never have done that. Yeah, that was bigger than the whole room.
Now, you do actually have, from what I understand at this point, a shelf of artifacts, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
Do you try to keep a piece from every build, or is it just when you have something that is particularly special?
No, I don't keep a piece from every build. It's pretty essential that I disassemble some stuff completely, down to like certain things, like the bed. Speaking of, every single piece from that bed has been reused in a different project. The cylinders and like the control circuit has been reused in a different project. The wood it was built out of has been chopped up and used in different projects. The like all the screws too, like all the brackets I made for the cylinders, like every single piece has been used for something else.
All right, 'cause that was going to be the next question of what what percentage of your materials are able to be recycled and reused for at least 2 projects.
I try to make it so that everything is. That's the goal. If it's not a permanent implementation, like when I got the bells, I was like, this is going to only be used for bells, but I'm going to permanently install those as a redeem thing. So it doesn't matter that it's one use. But like when I get like all the pneumatics and stuff, I'm justifying the price of them by going, okay, I can get a lot of streams out of this.
Yeah,
and I have.
That makes a lot of sense. What part do you think has gotten the most use? It appeared in the most streams.
It's all my, or probably it's the bag of the chat controlled controllers that I got. That might have been the best time investment ever, was writing that initial chat control program one weekend, because it was like 4 hours or so of messing around with it, trying to get it to work right with Twitch chat. It's like one of the only times I've programmed something in advance because I knew it was going to take way too long to do on stream.
Now you say,
but then
chat controlled controllers. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I know which one you're referring to, but just in case. So,
do you want me to show it on the hand cam?
Actually, yes. Might as well go on over, because we have in fact set up the hand cam.
We have in fact got the hand cam here. Let me turn this on so that I have a tablet here. This is how the hand cam works. There's a tablet here that I have chat on.
Ah.
That's how I'm able to, because it turns, this is, when I'm sitting here, the computer is this way. It's behind me. And then I turn around and just grab the microphone when I go back to the desktop.
Oh, okay.
And let me see. Oh, wait, do I even have... Okay, I have one. Okay, I need to order more. I've gone through more of these than anything, but they're really cheap. It's this guy. It's this guy right here. The ESP... What is it? The ESP 8266. These are like $3 each. These have lifted the streams.
So
Bodega says the glizzy is the thing I've used the most. I did get so much use. The dollar to content ratio has never been better than the pack of hot dogs I bought for the Mickey's Dick Smasher stream. Those got used in like 4 other streams for some reason.
Wait, what?
I bought... When I did the Mickey's Dick Smasher stream, I was like, oh, people are gonna be like, you gotta stick something in the Smasher. And I'm gonna be, I was like, oh, I know. I can be like, I've got a wiener for the Smasher here. So I bought a pack of the cheapest hot dogs I could find, which were the 24 pack of Aldi hot dogs for $3. And I was like, I did the stream and I still had like 18 of them left. And I was like, I'm not gonna eat these ever.
Gotta find some use for them.
So I had to find some use. So I like built a cannon to shoot them, and
there was the automatic hot dog assembler.
Yeah, the hot dog assembler used those too, I believe. There was the lab cooking stream where I cooked one with a hot wire.
Oh yes.
They got so much use.
Do you think that you're gonna end up buying a new pack of hot dogs, or after having to go through them, or you just sort of
No, I already did for a different stream.
Oh boy.
What stream did I get that for? They're still sitting around. They last basically forever, especially when you're doing what I do with them, and you don't care about how fresh they are.
Just throw them in the freezer. That they'll be fine for an indefinite period of time.
Yeah, I got shot with a frozen one during that cannon stream. Ooh. That was less pleasant.
Yeah, that's actually gonna hurt.
It didn't hurt that much. Or like, it didn't really. It just went a lot more solid than I thought it was going to be. What do you know?
What do you think? Again, you are a very safe person, but What do you think is the instance you've had the most physical pain inflicted on yourself by one of your experiments?
By one of my experiments? Oh, I don't know about that. The worst I've ever put myself through on stream was when I drank a half gallon of Clamato juice. That was like easily the worst thing I've ever done on stream.
Of what juice?
Do you know what Clamato is?
Is that cranberry tomato or something?
No,
or
it's clam tomato.
okay, because I was afraid of that. I was afraid of that.
It's a Canadian thing, apparently.
I've never heard of that.
It is it's used in, like, cocktails, I think. It mostly just tastes like tomato juice, honestly. It tastes like a slightly, like, stronger tomato juice.
Oh my gosh.
You can't taste the clam.
Clamato is not just the portmanteau of the things. It's the actual brand name.
Yes. It's branded and sold as that. There's different sub-flavors of it, too.
I'm not sure how to react to this.
I have never felt more ill than after I drank half a gallon of it. I'll tell you that right now.
Maybe that's something that I'll try and get for the 3rd anniversary charity stream, because I did Pilk this year, and it wasn't that bad.
Not that bad.
It wasn't that
Yeah.
The one piece of advice I'd gotten was make sure that both substances are chilled. And that I'd heard,
Yes.
if you have warm Pepsi and put it into milk, that it's going to curdle, and then it's going to be nasty. But, they were both refrigerated beforehand, and it tasted like a melted float, basically.
Yeah. I can make Pilk right now if you want the how-to guide.
Nah, I think we're fine.
Damn, you don't want to put the hand cam to use.
Well, I think we'll have other things, but come to think of it, so we haven't even really gone over it, but your roots are actually as a clipper, and one of the folks... So this is about to actually come together in, like, 3 different ways. It's actually kind of funny. So you
the Pilk video.
There was the Pilk video, but also you mentioned that you have your name as Ooh to Oo because you wanted to make other people say ooh.
Yes.
The third...
I thought it'd be funny.
The third factor of all this is one of the folks that you clipped a lot and still do, at least when you do clip, is Moriko, bad at video games.
Yes.
And for my 2nd anniversary charity marathon, I had her on, and one of the redeems effectively that I have is just, $5 ooh-woos. I think it's like $20 RRs. Just I try and do small, quick things to incentivize donations. And somebody donated $5, so I did an ooh, and I asked Moriko, what would it take for you to ooh? And she said $500. Lo and behold, 2 minutes later, someone donates $500, and she has to ooh, but also that set me over the threshold for my Pilk goal. So there's actually a clip that ties all this together where it's $500 donation. Okay, excuse me, I need to go make Pilk, and Moriko doing an ooh, and that was a wild couple of minutes.
What a charity goal! That's a pretty good. It's a pretty good one.
And if anything, I felt like I got away with something because, like I said, the Pilk wasn't that bad. So maybe what I need to do is buy some Clamato juice because this apparently will at least get a better reaction.
Only if you drink a half gallon of it.
I don't know.
Then you will realize
no.
You have to. That's what makes it horrible. Clamato doesn't taste that bad. I even made Clamilko and Clabsynth while I was drinking that, and both were. Clabsynth was horrible. Clamilko isn't that bad, actually. Milk really just doesn't do anything to these drinks.
No, that tomato is a very strong taste, and I'm not a huge fan of tomato juice. It's not something that I'm disgusted by. I wouldn't think that tomato and milk would go really well together, but at the same time, I suppose conceptually...
The milk just disappears.
Yeah, and that there's a lot of milk-based dressing that goes on tomato and whatnot in salads, so conceptually it's not that far off.
Yeah, and like tomato soup has milk in it, so it's like it's not too wild. That one was normal. Clabsynth I highly recommend as being a horrible thing to consume if you want.
I wouldn't do that just because I want to make sure that I'm sober because I always have other folks on the air during the charity marathon. You'll be getting an invite as well that basically it's just I put out an all call to any past guests and say, tell me what hours this weekend you're available, and I will cobble together a schedule.
Gotcha.
But bring things back. So you showed the small circuit board controller, and I'm an idiot when it comes to hardware, so I don't actually understand what you showed me.
Oh, it's just the thing that it has a little Wi-Fi chip on it, and it reads Twitch chat.
Okay.
And I can connect things to it and make it control outputs based on Twitch chat. So I can make it control motors, or pneumatics, or bells, or a Nerf gun, or a horn.
It's the connector for basically everything.
Yes.
That's
why it's in everything.
Mm-hmm. And it makes sense that you said it was only $3, so if you have to just buy them in bulk, that it's going to be pretty easy. And fortunately, they're small, so they're not going to be a big storage issue.
Yeah, I just have a drawer full of them normally.
Has storage become an issue for the different materials that you have?
Yes, it's actually like I'm going to have to rebalance some of where this stuff is stored, move some of it upstairs, and shift it around because like already this basement that I emptied out so that I could stream in it is starting to become cluttered again with stream stuff. I'm going to have to move it around. And it gets cleaned more than like almost anywhere else in the house because I mean I stream in it 3 days a week and it has to be cleaned before each individual stream, so I have to have everything fully disassembled and moved out before the next
one.
Yeah.
How often do you usually end up having to set up, or rather how early did... Actually, no, I'll rephrase. What is the average amount of time that a setup takes? Assume that you already have all of the materials on hand.
Like an hour.
Okay, that's not too bad.
It's also all the time I have. I get off work and then immediately start setting up.
What's the longest setup that you've ever had to do?
Oh, it was for the Matchbox stream, which that was a Saturday stream. It took 6.5 hours to set up.
Oh my gosh, so at that point it's taking just about as long as the stream itself.
Yeah, the stream was 4 hours. Oh. It was shorter than the setup. The setup and teardown were enormous because I had to build. I couldn't build it in advance because it's so big. I built a Matchbox car ramp from the roof of my house to the garage and then set up cameras along it and wired up all the cameras back to the switcher so I could switch them in OBS. And then I had to get B-roll of every car I made of it on. I had a white box that I filmed it on a little rotary platform, so I like whoosh, and then slow-mo show the stats of the car. I had 32 cars, so 32 of those videos.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that many.
Yeah, it was a lot, which is why it took 4 hours to go through the whole bracket. That's actually a pretty long time. There wasn't a lot of like messing around when we were doing that. It was like mostly just racing them.
Now, the post
that was the most ambitious stream I've done, I'm pretty sure.
Do you have something in mind to one-up it, that even if you don't want to say what it is quite yet, do you have something in mind that you look at and say, this is going to equal or exceed that level of prep and implementation?
Yes. And I will say, it's the BattleBots stream, which I've been doing back-end work for a while. I'll do like a lighter version of it. Congo actually made me think of this. There's like some robot competition in Japan where they compete two like garbage robots against each other. It's like literally just something where like the wheels move and you build it out of like cardboard and whatever. And I'm going to do one like that where people can enter.
You're getting a bit cut off every so often. Not sure.
Let me turn off noise suppression. Discord. For some reason, if I start talking fast and low, Discord cuts me off randomly. You should hear me fine now.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll probably do like the trash bot one first, which is going to be a lot easier to set up because I won't have to like do full builds and stuff. But I want to eventually do a full proper like battle bot competition where I get other people who are interested to come in and actually remote control over the internet the bot and fight them against each other.
So will you be building the full slate of bots, or will you invite people to build their own and then ship them to you?
I will be building all of them because I don't have a good way of... and also, there's like only a few people that would know how to build a bot, and it's expensive.
Are you going to just do a draft, I guess?
Yeah. It'll be similar to the Matchbox car thing, where I'll probably put out a thing on Twitter that's like, anyone interested in this, let me know. I'm gonna pick 8 people. I'm not gonna do 32.
Yeah, that'd be a bit
that right
much.
now. Yeah. I'll pick 8 people and have a bot made for each of them. There'll probably be a long lead up to this. It'll probably be 1 stream per bot to build them,
Oof.
which should be entertaining enough because then
Yeah.
you get to watch it tear shit up at the end of the stream, assuming it all works nicely. And I've been working on the software for it for a while. I've actually gotten some help from other people to like get all the web code so that they can control it in real time and have like camera feeds and everything in real time.
How many
So I think
cameras
would add
do
a lot
you
to it.
have?
I have 3. I have 2 like mirrorless proper cameras. This one here and oh wait, that doesn't actually work. I forgot I turned the other camera off. But then the one that faces the floor, the main floor. And the other one is this one stays in the spot for the desk cam because I don't want to ever have to worry about setting it up. The other one gets moved around and is like the multi-purpose. Oh, I'm doing a cooking stream, it gets hauled up to the kitchen, and anything done on the floor, it gets moved around there as it needs. But then I also have a macro cam. So I also have this cam, which I can't even see. It's probably madly out of focus.
Oh yeah,
right
it's
now.
really zoomed in.
Yeah, that's the macro cam. That's just for showing up close things. It's a cheaper camera, but it has a real nice like zoom lens on it. And then I have another one that I can bring in, but it's not as good, so I don't normally use it. So I guess 3 functionally. 2 like proper ones, and then the 1 macro.
You mentioned that you had to set up several for that Matchbox car stream. Did you just use the 2, or did you actually borrow any extras for that?
I didn't borrow any extras for it. I bought this camera for it though. I only had 1 before that stream, and it was my like normal camera. The camera that I got, that I tested, the camera that I had that I used for all my original streams before I got the second one, is the one that I tested when I bought it by making the Pilk edit. Like right after I got that, I was like, "Oh, this has slow-mo capabilities. Let's try this out." So,
has anything ever come dangerously close to flying into one of the cameras?
Oh, they've gotten the one camera got hosed with egg when I put it in the smasher.
Ooh.
It got like directly sprayed all over the stand, and it got spattered on the lens. I hosed this camera with water accidentally on I think it was the Hobo Technology stream where I was testing like a pressurized like beer bottle or something. They've gotten hit by something. Nothing's like smacked it yet. Hopefully it doesn't.
I feel like that's inevitable, that just something is going to be flying and happen to fly in the wrong direction.
I was worried about, the only time I was worried about my camera, because as I said, I control my stuff to the point where I know something's not going to errantly fly off, generally. The only time I've been worried was the microwave stream, because I left a camera in a room with the microwave when I ran upstairs because of how
because you did not want
dangerous
to be in that room.
I didn't want to be on the same floor as the microwave, and that camera was in there, and I was like, man, it should be positioned so it doesn't hit the camera, but if it gets unlucky and twists around or something, it's going to like lob this thing. It's going to be done.
Watching the camera via tablet or phone, I guess?
Yes, but I was watching it with the same delay that everyone else was.
So
I heard the massive explosion.
And
I was
then
like,
knew, okay,
oh!
I'm about to find out in T-5.
Yes. I was like, oh man, I'm about to find out if my camera survived or not. And luckily it did. Luckily, physics was on my side, as I thought it would be, but it's the only time I've ever worried for the camera's sake.
Yeah, but again, you had the wherewithal to say, okay, I am okay with the camera being here, and I will not be.
Yeah, I put the cheap camera in there. I did not use the one that faces the floor. Is the expensive camera. That's it's a Fujifilm X-T4 with what is it? I bought mine used. I think new with a lens is like $2,500. It's expensive. This is a Panasonic Lumix, which was like $300. It's much cheaper.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, for a camera, it's not bad. Still not something I'd like to have to replace. That's a lot of money to have to lose.
No, what you need to do, you need to find a sponsor, man.
I'm starting to get sponsorship offers now that I have more viewers.
Yeah, but
I'll take them.
I hope you can get like a proper technology sponsor that not
A
just
relevant. Yeah,
that someone that not only will be okay, you are given base pay, but also, all right, here's a bunch of our tech, and that we'll ask that you use this tech in your experiments, but whether it be okay, here's a couple of nice circuit boards, or I don't know, any type of just the hardware that you use, and that hey, they get to have their brand on stream, and that it ends up being actual relevant materials that you were going to use and would have had to have bought anyway. But those are the types of sponsorships you really hope for.
That's the premium stuff. That's the sponsorships you have to ask for. You don't get offered those in your inbox. You hit them up and ask.
And I suppose most of the companies that are making the things that you would need are not the ones that are normally looking to sponsor content creators. But
yeah, they don't normally. I do know. I think Tektronix sponsored Electro Boom at some point. So I know they're willing. If you have enough following, they'll be willing to sponsor some content creators.
I was going to say that even if that's not where they normally look, that if you were to reach out, they probably don't have a bunch of people bang down their door asking for sponsorships, and that they would actually probably take a call and look at your stuff and say, like, oh, who's this guy that's reaching out to us? This probably has not happened to them before. If anything, it would almost become a question of, do they have someone at their company who is in charge of such things, or it would probably just go to some random marketing manager?
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing, because, I work at a big company, and we actually have gotten content creators asked to be sponsored, and it gets shoved to some random old guy who's like, what the fuck is our YouTube? And he doesn't know what to... He's like, yeah, we're not giving this guy anything. Forget that.
I'll hopefully be able to find something somewhere along the line. But yeah, that it's... I imagine it will be a unique set of challenges, and that certainly not an impossible set of them, though. That I get the feeling it's a when, not an if.
Right. I'm willing to ask, especially as I try to grow and increase my stream presence. I'll be trying to pick up sponsors and stuff to help me alleviate the cost of some of these projects. Because right now, I've only just now gotten the point where I'm breaking even on projects.
Hey, well, congrats on breaking even. That's still getting somewhere.
Yeah, it's better than it was, that's for sure. And it's like, if I'm able to pay for my projects now, but if I'm able to grow more, if I'm able to get some sponsors, I can do cooler projects that I can't afford now. And that would be really cool.
Yeah, and that's going to unlock a lot of possibilities once you're able to think outside the box of just, okay, I actually have funding, and that I'm not having to just sort of bootstrap everything together, that you'll be able to do even crazier things.
Yeah. And there's there's ideas that I have that I'm like, I just can't afford to do this right now.
Well, those are the ones to go to the companies for sponsorships with, of just, all right, here is this concept I already have in mind, and whether it be you'd be sponsoring for X dollars, or if you send me this combination of your products and X dollars, that I will say that is, sponsored by such and such company, and that I'm a business mind, in case it's not blatantly obvious, that that companies like it when they don't have to do the thinking, that if you just come to them with a package and say, you send me this, whether it be product, cash, or both, and that you will get this, this is the stream that will happen, and here are the follower numbers, yada yada yada, that the more specific your pitch, the more likely you're going to be able to get some traction there.
Right. And also being like, oh, I will deliver an edited video featuring your product, showing how to use your product.
You've gotten quite fast at those edits, and I suppose that makes sense since you start out as a clipper, that you're usually able to turn around, your, whether it be 4 to 7 hour stream, and have that really nice edit done in 2-3 hours or less.
Yeah, right after stream. I immediately download it. While it's downloading, I go and get something to eat. because I normally skip dinner so that I can prep for stream. And then by the time it's done, by the time I'm done eating, it finishes downloading. I smack it in the editor and immediately start slamming through it as fast as I can, pretty much. It's the easiest right after a stream. You remember when all the cool stuff is. And of course, I'm taking shortcuts that I don't take when I was doing clips before I was streaming.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that it's probably more second nature at this point that you're sort of able to almost mentally bookmark, okay, that was a funny bit, make sure to go back there when it comes time to edit.
Yeah. There's like ways you can physically bookmark. I don't like write them down. I don't have like an auto logger. I'll look at the time and be like, remember this. And then later I'll be like, okay, 2:45, there was a funny thing. And I'll scrub to it and grab it while it's on my mind.
Fuji, and obviously we're already using some Fuji tech right now with your reactive. He made a tool at one point for targeted clipping that I don't remember what the URL is, but basically it looks at a
There's
VOD.
one that timestamps.
Yeah, that it just looks and tries to see, all right, anytime there is a spike in either chat engagement or subs or bits or something, that it will hone in on that and be like, hey, do you want a clip here? And that it actually is a pretty good UI. So I don't remember where that is, but I know it exists.
I've not seen that one. Well, I know how it would do with my streams, because you can always tell when the project starts when I do the chat controlled stuff, because there's like a massive chat spike. You look at like the chatter graph afterward, you can see this like colossal spike where it's oh, you had 600 messages in 5 minutes during this one moment where you let chat control a knife or whatever.
Now that could be, that's another thing to potentially show responsive. All right, when it gets to the end, if it is a chat controlled experiment, that when everything is said and done, that you get this many unique. Whoa. What was
Shit, that scared me. Oh, that was one of my redeems. I forgot I had that live. Hang on, who did that?
Congratulations. This is the second time, and I showed you this clip when we spoke earlier in the week.
Oh, wait, Morgo had a redeem go off.
That it had a redeem go off.
That scared me. Hang on a second. Who did that? Who is guilty of this?
And now I'm curious if they were here for more echoes, because they had the wherewithal. That has only happened twice in 113 episodes.
Oh, it's BFG Kirby bit. That bastard.
Well done, BFG Kirby bit. I see you there. Yes, just had to test it. Had to make sure it was still working. Nothing broke.
Yeah. Luckily, the bell still works, or not the bell. The horn still works.
Yeah.
Aye.
And you had that bell one last night, and you made beautiful music with chat of all the different things, and it was fun to hear folks actually, putting in real songs. That there was some Legend of Zelda stuff that people actually had gone out and found the notes.
They did pretty good with it.
Yeah, and you actually are a musician yourself. That outside of all the tech, that I'm not sure if it's something that you still do super actively, but that you do have a background in music and even know some music theory.
Oh, yeah. I used to do music. I mean, I learned it when I was very young because my parents were like, we want you to learn an instrument. It makes you smart or something. So back when I was a kid, I played violin for many, many years and got to the point where I was in like the like local junior orchestra and such, and I was really into it. And then in college, I kind of dropped that because I did not. Whoa! 1 second.
What was that one?
Disregard that. Someone tried to shoot me with a Nerf gun. That was another redeem. I think that was a lot. I'm not reloading that Nerf gun. And next person that tries it gets scammed.
Redeem at your own peril, chat.
Yeah, redeem at your own peril. That's the $1 Nerf redeem. Bones. Okay, hang on. What was I talking about? Oh, so I have a background in music. And then when I was in college, I learned a bunch of different instruments because I thought it would be fun. And I was briefly in a band with some friends. And yeah. I don't have much more elaboration, but
It's an interesting thing for me because I was in band throughout middle school, high school, and college, and the one thing that I noticed is the most common school of majors in the marching band, because the marching band that I was in, you did not have to be a music major. That it was that it was.
You were in band in college.
Yeah, and it was.
Oh, wow.
It was a competency audition. So they weren't going to teach you to play your instrument. They were not going to teach you to play music. But as long as you were going to show up to the rehearsals and that you knew what you were doing, that you would be allowed in the band. And that,
Sure.
they would do auditions for seats and parts and whatnot, but that there was nobody got cut, assuming, like I said, that you had just baseline proficiency. And that one of the rarest majors in the band was music major. The most common school in the marching band, and it wasn't close, was engineers. Electrical
engineers,
engineers,
no
computer
music.
engineers, you name it. There was, I don't know which discipline of engineering would have been the most common, but I'd say damn near 40-50% of that band was engineers.
There's some demographic that play into this too. Engineering schools get a lot of international students who are also typically more musically inclined than Americans are, or like have like classical backgrounds in piano, violin.
Well, but that's the thing though. This is a marching band. This is not an orchestra. So if you're playing violin or piano, you're not going to be there.
Yeah, but it's like a path. Like if you
That's
learn that
fair.
when you're like 8, when you're in high school, and if you join marching band, you would pick up an instrument. Like you're more likely to do it then
Very
if you
fair.
already have that background. I don't know. I'm spitballing. I don't know that much about this. You are the one with experience in this field.
Was the recent Bell one the first time that you have blended music into your experiments?
Yeah, I think it was. I'm trying to think of if I've done anything else that was singing or playing music. I don't think so. I made microphones the one time. That's about the closest. That's not
Ooh.
like an instrument though. Building a microphone from scratch was fun though.
Trying to think, what type of musical things can you do that aren't going to be super risky? That you obviously don't want to do a stream where you, well, maybe you could do one where you find a way to have a robot arm like play a violin, that you can't do something too crazy because you're not going to want to put a very expensive instrument in danger.
Oh yeah, exactly. I also have some cheap instruments I can make the robots play to lessen that.
You can buy just the plastic ones, the actual for kids ones that are just going to play a sound if it has an air current going through it.
Right. I was thinking like because I have plans to add more instruments to this because I want it to be a outstanding redeem that people can do. I was like, okay, drums, easy. I bought some like $10 drums, easy. We got those set up. We put a solenoid on that, and we can make it we can make it lay down a beat. I would like to be able to do something like a guitar where it has like I don't know how to describe it. Like it has like pre-made chords that are in like the claw shape of where your hand would be that could press on and then strum with another one. That'd be like a whole stream just to build that. But it would be really cool, I think.
Well, I figure what you do is that every so often that you have one of those instrument building streams, whether it be for the bells or for the guitar, and that eventually you do just build up an orchestra, and that you can have whatever the chat command be of drums, or that you had bells. I think the exact command for bells was sing.
Yeah. Which I could change to be bells if I add more instruments.
Exactly, that you just change them around and that you can actually have a full symphony played by chat.
Yeah, which would be really cool.
It would probably be just a cacophony, but it would probably be a fun one.
Yeah, I would need to make a way so that it all gets played through the same command, which would be tricky. the syntax guide would just grow to be like super confusing if you weren't there at previous streams.
Well, no, I figure you wouldn't want it to be all through the same thing, and that part of the appeal would be having people be able to play them individually. That you just that if you make a Google Doc with a list, pin that as a comment of go here to see which command does which instrument.
Oh right, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just spitballing here. I'm making this up as I go along.
I mean, that's what I do for all my streams, so it works. I've thought of doing the one with the guitar though, so like that's already been on. I could do a guitar or like a ukulele. That's a sillier instrument. That would go good with
yes.
bells.
Yeah. Also, well, trying to decide because ukuleles are smaller and cheaper, but also since they are smaller, they might be a bit more fragile, or at least the strings are going to be more fragile.
Nah, they're nylon strings, but they'll be
that's
easier for a
right.
solenoid to push down.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about a nylon string breaking too much.
Yeah, you could probably do like maybe a kalimba that just have a little thing
Yeah,
poke.
you can just have it hit the kalimba keys.
Yeah.
Should be able to.
There's plenty of options here that I'm sure you'll think of something.
I have an
that just-
auto harp. I could robotize that
Ooh.
pretty easy, I think. Because that, you just press down the buttons to play the chords and then strum across it.
Mhm.
And putting something that just strums the entire thing every time you hold down a chord. Not too hard. Not too bad compared to some of the other options here where I would have to make the thing that presses the chord.
Plus, you can also just still have the horn in the symphony. I know, just for the hell of it, something that squeezes a rubber chicken.
Oh, yeah. Add the rubber chicken as part of the percussion group.
There
I was
you
going to say, when we
go.
add the drums, I'm going to get a bunch more solenoids so that we can get, like, a bunch of things in the percussion set. Because I think it'll be funny.
That I think just, like I said, not for a single stream, but as you accumulate these over time, that eventually, whenever you realize,
Right.
okay, I think I've got enough. Because then, if anything, that's just a stream that does itself, that you're not actually doing anything new, that it is just the simultaneous result of multiple streams. And that actually makes me wonder that I suppose this doesn't work for everything, because you mentioned that you disassemble a lot of the things that you do. But as we mentioned, and not actually shown because we went on tangents, that you do have some remnants of different experiments, and that over time, maybe you'll be able to actually cobble different things together and just take certain results and see what monstrosities you can create.
Oh, yeah. And certain things that get saved are because I can combine them with other things. Like, the cooking bot is entirely preserved. And I made it in a nice little enclosure that I knew would last. And, like, in such a
how big
way
is
that it
that?
can be used. It's, like, this big.
Do you-
I can show it.
yeah,
you
I
want
was
me to
gonna
show
say,
it?
is it small enough that you can bring over and show?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll get it off the shelf.
Just make sure. Let's see. Is there anybody? Yeah. Hope you all are having a good time. That we actually just thought of this when we spoke earlier in the week, and it was right near the end of our conversation that Oo mentioned in passing. Oh yeah, I've got a whole bunch of stuff. And it's like, could you turn on the hand cam? Can we just do this?
This is it.
Oh boy.
This is the cooking bot. This is, okay, so... Oh, this has come unplugged. This goes into the little pigtail on the side here, because it has the control for one motor, which is done with this motor controller, and then it has 5, I can't remember what these are called, parasaltic pumps. It's like pumps that you can run liquid through, but it doesn't touch the liquid, so you can run, it's food safe. And this is all food safe silicone as well. And this was my first project that, like, the video of it blew up. This is how I got a lot of new viewers from this. Was when I built this
Now,
initially.
what were you cooking when you built this one?
So this is stuff added onto it, because I actually did. You're mentioning adding new stuff. This has had 3 installments of streams.
Oh, wow.
Where I add stuff to it. So originally it didn't have this motor controller on it. And actually, originally it didn't even have these. Delayed in shipment. I had to add them after the fact. But it just had the pumps on it. And I made stir fry and had these pumps put in, I think it was soy sauce, oil, vinegar. It was like wine, I think was one of them, and alcohol. That was it. So chat could just add, they could add like half a teaspoon of it by doing a command for each one of those. And I just let them loose, and they made the worst tasting food ever.
I can imagine that's
40% vinegar.
Because of course they did.
Of course, they couldn't resist.
I am impressed that you thought to use food-safe tubes, though. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
actually top of mind for you. And that's just another crazy thing on Amazon that, okay, we're getting just safety-compliant food handling materials.
Have you ever like drank out of one that isn't? It tastes like silicone. It tastes really bad, and it's probably giving you carcinogens. Food safe mostly just means they've like cleaned all the like powder or whatever out of it too.
Mm-hmm. This actually
Everything
looks pretty solid right now because you have the full-on casing there that
Oh yeah. It's got, these are all like properly mounted in. These are all properly mounted. It has a dedicated relay board and a controller that is easily reprogrammable. It's got on-off. This turns the chat on-off, not the whole thing. So this lets me turn off chat. These individually control the pumps outside of the chat controller, so that you can prime the liquid through, because you have to load liquid into them. Otherwise, people would do the command and it just starts it in the tube. And this also lets you flush them at the end, so you can wash everything. It's also fun to flip back and forth like this when I'm in front of the microphone, because it makes a clicking noise. And then this is for the auto stirrer. So that was the part 2.
it makes me wonder. Obviously, the portion sizes here are small. That this would be, a individual size machine. But it makes me think, in concept, could you expand this to something industrial size, that a stir-fry restaurant, that if they have 15 items on the menu, that they can just program in what is the combination of liquids and the amount of those liquids, and that then, on some console or whatever, that they can push, all right, this is the order, and that the machine just pumps out the thing.
Yeah, you can do it with this one. This has the capacity to do that, because these peristaltic pumps will, like, X number of seconds will always be the same amount of liquid.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very predictable amount that comes out as long as they're primed. So you actually could set this up for industrial use or like higher scale use. You could make this a real machine. I chose to make it a shitpost. But you could turn this into something actually useful.
It makes me think, all right, is that something to maybe patent and be like, okay, can I sell this to a company? Can I monetize my shitposts?
That is like a whole different thing. I don't know how much you know about like the patent process.
I don't know much about patent process at all.
What it takes to actually get. So before I streamed ever, I would like my hobby and things that I would try is trying to, like, the dream of making it in my hobby was making something you can patent and sell. That's like the big thing, right? Yeah. It's the equivalent of making it big in streaming would be starting your own company, selling your own product, and making it that way.
Yeah.
So I've actually attempted this several times.
Oh, already?
Bringing a product to market. And, like, developing something that can be batch, not normally mass manufactured, that requires millions of dollars, but like batch manufactured, where you can do like a run of 100 of them, so, and sell them, and like easily get new runs ordered as you need them and sell them off and make sure you have everything. And typically you don't bother with patents. Patents are very expensive, not only to get, but they're expensive to keep. Like, if someone violates your patent, you're now out $100,000 until you win the suit. Which, if you're a big company, okay, you'll win the suit, you'll get it back. If you're me, you don't have $100,000, so it's useless. Like, you cannot. No one's gonna give you a loan for it. You'd be foolish to take one, because what if you lost? You'd be out all the legal fees. So you just don't patent it, you just sell it, and that's pretty much it.
All right, so in that case, your goal, I suppose, would be to not patent the things yourself, but that you take these designs and that you just sell them to a company who then can mass produce and patent, and that you receive, either some fixed sum for selling the design, or I don't know what the equivalent royalty is, probably not the proper term here, of that you get X percent or X dollar amount for each unit that they produce or something. That my guess is it would just be outright buying and getting a lump sum, but that's
not really how that works. They don't, like, companies don't buy ideas. That's kind of a myth that's been perpetrated, where it's like,
well, not the idea, but that you have the schematics, like, and that you have the full on
design
documentation.
file?
Yeah, the full design.
Happens sometimes. Most of the time, no. It's cheaper because, like, okay, you say, okay, I developed this thing. It's genius idea. It's my food bot. It'll automatically put the food in the dish. Like, that's your design pitch, right?
Yeah.
You're like, you can buy it from me. I have 2 years of R&D in this. You can buy it from me for $100,000. They're gonna go, all right, hey engineer, spend $10,000 of your time to design this thing, and then they'll make it themselves.
Fair,
like,
yeah.
all that, like, that's not the route you go. The route you go is typically find something that has a niche purpose, batch manufacture a few hundred of them on your own dime, sell them on a closed market, and see how well you do, pretty much. And if you don't have the money for it, then you seek venture capital money, which you write up like a pitch and you hit up a bunch of investors. There's like different places where you find them. And you see, JC just said you need a patent or something to prevent them from making it on their own. You can't prevent them from making it on their own. If you have a patent, they'll go fuck you and just do it anyway. You really cannot stop. Like, you can't stop that. You can sell a patent. I guess that's one thing you can do. Most companies won't buy it, though. They'll just make something slightly different.
That makes sense, but also, I'm not surprised that you've put that level of thought into it also.
Well, I have tried to bring things to market. Like, I've designed, before I started streaming, before I even started watching streamers much, because I started watching streamers when I got injured in a cycling accident, and I couldn't walk for like 6 weeks. And I didn't really sit down and watch streams. I put them on in the background sometimes while I was working, but I didn't really, I didn't plan to watch them. I didn't, if you're like, oh, who's your favorite? Oh, I watch a couple people, But that was what got me started watching streamers to begin with. And before I was ever doing that, I was working on my main hobby, and what I was trying to do was get a hi-fi headphone amplifier to market that I designed myself, and it was like kind of targeting the I can show it actually, targeting like the spend too much on audio equipment crowd. But I also buy into some of that and all the bullshit things, but like I like having nice audio equipment. So I was like, okay, I can build a very good device for this. I have the analog know-how for it. I spent 6 months prototyping and designing and getting something that could be batch manufactured, which I guess I'll show. I've showed it on stream a couple times, but let me go get it off the shelf. I'll put this back as well.
Also, I saw a new follow come in. The Genie A1, thank you for the follow. This is all so cool to me because I have no knowledge whatsoever when it comes to hardware or circuitry. That I'm pretty good with software, but I can't even build my own PC, and that anything, whether it's electrical or computer, is just Latin to me. So that you're able to get into the jargon when you're on stream, and it's very cool that even if I'm just sort of nodding along like, oh yeah, that he knows what he's talking about, I have no idea what he just said, but it sounds cool.
I try to not get too deep in the weeds of like the jargon and the technical details when I'm on stream.
Keep it approachable.
I try to, yeah. Sometimes I might get a little bit. Sometimes there's other people in chat who know what I'm talking about, and I'll like talk to them about it, but I don't want to exclude everyone else, so I try to keep it more loose and like, I guess, user friendly.
It's also just
this is what I
my
built,
base set of knowledge is just that low that anything's gonna go over my head.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I try to make my streams so that even if you don't understand computer stuff, you can still appreciate
For sure.
what I'm doing at least. Plus, some of it's just fun to watch anyway because it's ridiculous robot stuff. Like, you don't need to understand how it works to know that.
Yeah. Machine does
That's the
cool
idea.
thing.
Exactly.
Now this is looking that you even have the aesthetic that it's the nice wood frame and everything. That this looks like something.
Oh yeah.
That would be.
This was part of the selling point. This is a solid walnut frame that I CNC milled. I have a CNC mill that I ran this on, and I tried to make it in such a way that I could do batches of these, so that I could sell these. I could get these in batches of 100. This has a custom PCB in it that is designed by me. Like, I designed
What
it,
is a
sent it off
PCB?
to a company. It's the circuit board. So, like,
Gotcha.
This. But with the components already soldered on it and everything. And I, like, custom made it, got it sent off to a factory to get it manufactured, and would get prototypes back. And I have a little reflow oven set up that I run all the things through, which is like it's like an auto soldering machine, basically. And there's a whole like pipeline to it for running these. This is the third prototype I did. So I did the like the wood carving myself, and then I got like the stainless plate custom laser cut from a company that runs these. There's a lot that goes into bringing something to market because you have to like source, like every new thing you need a source company that you get it from. You need suppliers that all line up, which was a big problem for this because I was developing this in 2021 when supply chains were completely screwed. There's a DAC that went with it. DAC is the thing that you plug a USB into and it turns it into an audio signal. So it would go audio signal from the DAC into the amp, and it was supposed to be like a pair. The chip for the DAC was like constantly out of stock. They wouldn't even sell it to me for a prototype. So
Wow.
I could probably get away with making this a lot easier now, but I ain't gonna make it now.
So
I've
is
moved
that,
on to being a clown in front of a camera.
So is it effectively a preamp, I guess?
No, it's a headphone amp.
Okay, so specifically for headphones.
Yes, both single-ended with this big quarter-inch jack and fully balanced, which your fancy audiophile headphones are.
Because I saw that there were multiple. Why am I blanking on the name of the cable?
XLR?
XLR, thank you. That there were multiple XLR ports on the back.
Yeah, so here's your single-ended end. Single-ended's like your standard headphone cable, and then this is your XLR balanced input. So XLR, the balanced means instead of having a standard, like, I don't even know how to show it. Instead of having your, like, single wave come in, that's your music, you have your single wave come in, and then on the another cable, you have the inverse wave coming in. And what this does is so that when natural occurring electrical noise hits it, instead of getting slight variations in your wave, it's equalized by the other one. It's the same tech that, like, Ethernet cables use so that they can have really high data rates.
I understood most of that.
It's hard to explain because it goes really in wacky stuff. And then, of course, there's people who debate, can you really hear the difference?
Yes, you can. It's very subtle, and it's the type of thing that I would say 90,
would you pay
95%.
the amount extra?
Yeah, that's the thing. 95% of folks either can't tell the difference, or if they can tell the difference, it is so subtle that they do not care. That the folks that really do care, like you said, are the high-end audiophiles. Sometimes there are mixers, producers, where they're going to want to have just the bleeding edge technology to make sure that if they're mixing a Hollywood level album, that they have just that little bit of extra quality can make a difference for them, but that it's not going to be something you find in a Walmart.
Right. I mean, there's a little bit to it, but there's also with audiophile stuff, there are some ridiculous implementations of things out there with what they try to get away with selling. So it's full of some bullshit, but what I was building was just a really good amplifier.
Of all things, obviously you are capable of building and ideating a lot of different projects. What made that the one that you actually really tried to pursue with a go-to-market strategy?
Because I saw the market there, and like most companies that do that are batch manufacturing. They're not. If you're selling, the worst market to try to sell to, if you're like just a guy in their basement trying to sell things, is an average consumer. You never sell to like an iPhone crowd. If you're an average consumer, you need to be a mega company to get away with that, because average consumer is going to expect like customer support and stuff, 24/7 customer support, and they're going to expect high volumes and in stock, and everything's going to be user friendly and super polished and real nice. And like the cost to actually produce that, like if you batch manufactured an iPhone, it would cost like $50,000. It would cost so much money if you made only a few thousand of them instead of making millions and millions of them. You can't make, if you're just a guy, you can't make something like that. You have to make something specialized. And this is something that I had the knowledge to make. I like good audio equipment, not crazy in stuff that you get with some of the things.
You weren't going to pay for the crazy high-end audio, but I can make the crazy high-end audio for a fraction of the cost, and then maybe make other people pay for it.
Yeah, the original circuit for this was me just wanting to make a good amp for myself, and I was doing research on it, and then I was like, what if I like tried to make this manufacturable, which is a whole other thing. Like, I could have made this for myself in a couple weeks. It took me months to make one that was manufacturable.
Yeah, it takes on, I would imagine, a very different scope of just, make it for myself, so it doesn't necessarily need to be pretty, it doesn't need to be something that's very durable, but if you are now designing for public consumption, even if niche consumption, that you actually need to be making a product.
Right. Yeah. It's a different mindset. It's a different like system you go through. So fun to go through it though. And I've done it with other things, but not to that extent. I've normally like either gotten stopped or switched gears before that. Or it was something I was working on with someone else, not something I was by myself.
Do you feel like there's any chance of it actually happening someday, or has that one just sort of been shelved and you don't really plan to actually ever actually batch manufacture any of it?
That project's probably been shelved. I do not feel motivated to spend my time doing that. It would, for me to bring that to market, I'm going to have to quit streaming for several months to work on it. I mean, it took all my spare time for months
I can
to
imagine.
Get to that point.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work to push something like that. And I don't know. I like streaming more than I like working on that. So that's what I do now.
Was there a moment in all this that, somewhere along the line you picked up streaming and that you had done a couple different ones and that you eventually fell into doing some of these different assembly and experiment streams? Where along the line did it sort of click of, this is the thing that I do now?
I think it was around, I mean, the initial, like, I'm going to put more time into this was when, after like a month and I started making schedules, I was like, okay, this is like something that I am dedicating to do X number of days a week, 3 days a week, which I still, 3 days a week is my promised number of days a week I'll stream. And then I'll do extras on top of that sometimes. But the moment when I was like, okay, I'm going to like give this a run, like not just doing this casually, but trying to make it, or maybe not even trying to make it, trying to like do stuff that I'm really proud of, put the time into it, making this my main hobby. Was the new year. I started at the very beginning of 2023 because I had a week off for Christmas where I couldn't stream because I was traveling and visiting family and stuff, and I knew I would be coming back on, I think it was January 2nd. I had the day off and I was going to do a long stream then I had planned, and I was like, for 2023 I'm going to attempt I'm going to like. I was still holding on to editing at that point. I was still doing weekly edit streams up till then because I was like, oh, I have to put out edit content. That's what people know me for. That's my contribution to the community. But then 2023, I was like, okay, no, I'm not gonna care about doing edits. I'm not gonna care about these other hobbies I have as much. This is the one that I'm going to put everything on. And yeah, no regrets. It's been fun.
And
I've had a lot of fun with it since then.
And certainly, obviously, Clippers are amazing. The work they do is super cool, and it really does make a difference. And that there's so many people who got into VTubers because they saw a clip, whether it be a HoloLive clip or just an independent VTuber clip, that whether it be on YouTube or Shorts or TikTok, that they do make a big difference, and that there's a lot of folks that had that as their introduction. But being able to make that shift is not something that every Clipper tries or even really has the desire to do. Do you remember a moment where it first just sort of occurred to you of, is this something I want to do? Not even necessarily the decision to do it, but the question, at the very least, your reaction to it being not no. Even if it wasn't
when
yes,
I was like,
yeah,
okay, I'd consider streaming.
yeah.
I thought of this way long. So I started clipping in late July 2021. That was the published date of my first clip. So I guess I worked on it before that. But that was when the first one was published, because I started streaming. The first day I streamed was the 1-year anniversary of that. And I planned it as a one-off stream. I didn't think I'd stream
yes, of
again
course. I'm just going to stream once, just for the hell of it, as a gimmick for a celebration. This isn't going to become a thing. Of course not.
Of course it won't. I'll never want. Probably going to be like an hour or two.
You're cutting out again.
And did I cut out? Okay. So it's probably going to be like an hour or two long, and I'd be like done after. I'd be like, oh man, like that'd be so hard to go that long on camera. That was what I was thinking, or like on stream. That was what I was thinking. And then my first stream was like 6 hours long.
Oops.
And I had a ton of fun doing it. And I was like, still kind of in denial though. I was like, I only had a lot of fun because I had friends that rated me because it was my first stream, and there's a lot of people here. Yeah. I was like, once I start streaming normally, there'll be like 2 people here, and I'm going to have to talk to myself for 3 hours, and I'm not going to like that. But no, that wasn't true. I managed to, like, obviously, I had like a few people that would watch me early on. I still had fun just with a few people there. And I was like, oh no, I think I actually just enjoyed it.
So if anything, this begs the question, what made you do your second stream?
I believe it was, a lot of people in the comments because I posted on Twitter, like 2 days before I did the stream, I posted on Twitter. I did not hype it up or anything, because I didn't want to hype it up. I figured I'd be not very good at streaming. Most people aren't that good on their first stream. So but a lot of people were like, wait, you streamed? I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to see your stream. I want to see you stream. So I was like, oh, I should do another one, just so those people can catch it.
Oh,
so I did another one.
The others, it's you just to give them the consolation prize.
I was like, I'm going to be doing some editing. I'll just press go live while I'm editing, and then I'll stream while I do some edits. And I did. That was my second stream. And had more people come in, and I had a good time. And I was like, that was more fun than normally when I'm doing edits. I was like, huh. And then the third stream, I remember I was like, because I considered streaming for like a year prior. I think I was getting to where I said I started streaming in 2021, July, like August or September then. So not that long after, I was like, oh, it'd be cool to stream. But the last thing this sphere needs is another wannabe streamer. Like, there's so many, and there's like 2 editors at most. in this group of like 100 streamers, I'm way more useful as an editor than I am as another streamer trying to make it out, like, in this environment. So I kind of talked myself out of it, but I had ideas that I was like, this would be cool if I was a streamer. If I was a streamer, wouldn't it be cool? Because I watch other people all the time. I'd be like, hey, you should try this out. And they'd be like, no, I don't want to do that. It's a lot of, oh, you should do this. I try to rope other people into my random stream ideas. People that I had like gotten to know and made friends with. Floop into Agony is his stream name, was one of them. He was friends with me long before I ever streamed. And because he had just started streaming around then. I kept trying to talk him into ideas, and he would never do them. I was always like, come on, man, this is a cool idea. So I had this bank of like stuff that I kind of wanted to try, and I was like, can't be that hard. But I was a little bit wrong, because it actually is pretty hard. What do you know? Those dudes knew kind of what they were talking about.
Yeah.
But
I feel like most folks who watch streamers have the mental question at some point in time of, would I want to stream? And that, for me, doing VTuber Talk, that inevitably it was, okay, I don't want to be a VTuber. I don't have any inspiration for a character design. I'm woefully uncreative artistically, and just I was like,
that didn't stop me.
I don't think that I could do anything particularly special or unique in terms of consistent content. I didn't think I'd have the time to do 3-4 streams a week, and that through sort of a combination process of elimination, but also I had seen another talk show. A guy named Gary Whitta had hosted a show called Animal Talking, which is a Animal Crossing talk show in his basement. That the guy is actually a Hollywood writer. He wrote Book of Eli, Star Wars Rogue One. He's done work for DC Comics and other groups. And as most folks were in 2020, not able to do their normal thing. So he just started doing a little thing in his Animal Crossing basement. And because he knew some folks, he was able to have folks like Brie Larson, Josh Gad, Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, and just you name it. And he just started doing that stuff, and that it became appointment viewing for me, and eventually he stopped. But when I then fell into the VTuber rabbit hole, that's what led to a talk show sort of being top of mind. Was, okay, I'm the organizer type, I'm the coordinator type, and I could do once a week that similar to yours, of just, you knew that your skill set would lend yourself to being a clipper, an editor, and that for me, that was like, okay, I don't have that type of thing, but what could I do maybe? And that's how I wound up landing on the concept of a talk show, because you and I sort of, it seems, had similar mindsets of talking ourselves out of doing full-time streaming, and even if you found yourself there anyways after the fact.
Right.
That
I was less loyal to my apprehensions than you were.
But you also stumbled into something that your well is far deeper than mine. I suppose I could
I don't know about that.
I could do more talk shows. I suppose maybe I could do a couple other things, but your skill set, your knowledge base, the things that you are doing, doesn't matter if it's VTuber or Basecamp streamer. I don't know of other folks that do the things that you do. I'm sure there's maybe a small handful around, but I think there's a reason that you've been getting some good traction.
I mean, I kind of lucked into some of the traction, honestly, or a lot of it, really. But
I'm a big fan.
I did kind of make it.
I'm a big fan of the phrase, luck is preparation plus opportunity, in that your preparation, even if it wasn't conscious, was just however many years of education and all the different fields that you know enough coding to get by, that you use ChatGPT to sort of help you get your base of code, and then, but you know enough to make it work. And then you have all this engineering knowledge, which obviously just, I'm not, without going to specifics again, safety first. how many years of engineering knowledge do you have, if you're comfortable saying? And it's fine if not.
Oh, I have 5 years in the field, and then plus
However much in education.
working through university. Yeah. And I also have done this as a hobby since I was like 9.
That'll do
I mean,
it.
through high school, I lied about being an engineer on the internet, and I took freelance jobs
Wait,
for
what?
engineering gigs. Yes. Because I had enough knowledge to like build things. Like I was like entering like design contests and stuff. Then once again, I had an alias because I didn't want them to discriminate against me for being a child.
And I guess whatever it was, was it just coding? Because obviously you can't deliver something.
No, it was hardware.
It was hardware. So did you have to like ship it somewhere or?
Oh yeah, I actually worked for. Well, okay, I can't say who I worked for.
You worked
but I worked for like actual
company.
companies that they would send me like equipment to implement a system with. I would build a thing and then ship it back to them.
It's kind of terrifying that they don't have oversight on that.
It wasn't anything mission critical. It was all like,
of course.
because if it was mission critical, they'd have their own engineers do it. They're never going to ship out IP.
Oh, of course.
It would be like, it was like incidental things. Like, this isn't going to end up in a product. One of the things is like, oh, you know, this like pallet gets delivered to this loading dock that's way out on this separate warehouse, and we need to alert the people back at the main warehouse that it's been delivered. Can you set up a thing that reads, when it gets delivered on this thing, this sensor goes off? Can you set up like a wireless system that sends back an alert message to the other side and like sounds a buzzer? It's like, oh yeah, easy. And then I charged what I thought was a lot of money at the time, $500, which now I know is nothing for that kind of work. You would charge thousands of dollars for that, but that's why they would hire me.
Yeah.
I was undercutting these actual engineers by charging like $20 an hour, because I'm like, dude, when I work odd jobs, I'm only getting like $8 an hour around here, but these people on the internet will give me $20 to do something I already like doing. Yeah, what a deal.
And was this while you were still in college, I'm guessing?
This was when I was in high school.
High school? Like,
this was middle to high school. I started when I was 13 or 14. 14 is when I started.
So I assume you had to set up bank accounts for this.
Yes, I had my dad set up a bank account.
So your dad
I got
knew?
my bank. Yes, my dad knew. No, okay, wait. I got my dad to set up the bank account because that same. So I was really I was not popular. I was well known on a forum at the time. That forum knew how old I was too, so I couldn't pull the full shtick there. But people still hired me on there to do odd jobs because they're like, I don't want to have to write this code. Oh, I'll pay this kid $50 to do it for me. Like, deal. or come up with a schematic or whatever. But on that forum, there was some like, it was for the Parallax propeller chip, which is like a microcontroller. I won't get into technical details. There's some connector that a lot of people use. And I found a big lot of them on eBay. And I was like, Dad, buy this big lot. This thing is like a fraction of the price it usually is. Because normally these are like $1 or something each. Someone was selling 2,000 of them for like $30. It's like, Dad, buy this. I'll give you the money back. And he was like, sure. And they bought it. And I was like, I put out a post on the forum. I was like,
just resell them.
Yeah. 3 for $1. The third of the price they normally
you're
are.
Still undercutting MSRP while making a profit.
Considerably, yeah. I sold all of them. And I was like, I was giving out my dad's PayPal account to cash them. This was when I was 14 when this happened. So I must have been 14, 15 probably when I started doing the freelance stuff. But anyway, I was like, Dad was like, how about we just set up your own account? I was like, oh yeah, can you help me get a bank account set up so that I can actually like field these payments? And he's like, oh yeah, sure.
I figured your dad was at least marginally technologically inclined, that he understood the types of things, or did you have to explain, so I bought this chip that does this thing?
He doesn't know anything about this stuff. He's like, he knows how to use computers. He's not like the full boomer like, what the hell is an iPhone kind of guy. Like he knows like computers and stuff. And he runs a business, so he knows business knowledge, and he understood the concept of like the stuff I was trying to.
You found this product that is marked down way lower than it should be, and you're gonna sell it at profit. Makes sense.
And he was like helping. He was like giving me advice, like how to sell it and how I should price it. Because I was like, well, what do I sell these for? You should do 3 for $1 if it's normally $1. Like that was his idea, I'm pretty sure. So he helped me out a lot on that early on. He did not know what engineers were worth, so he did not help me price my services. And he didn't know anything that I was doing. He was just like, this.
Is it going to bring the cops
These seem
to
like
our
nice
house?
people.
No,
They're not trying to
fine.
run you through. Yeah. You're not doing anything bad, so it's fine.
Yeah.
He was actually pretty good on that.
That's fantastic.
Oh.
What was the most difficult thing to explain to him?
That I was working on, or like that I did. Let's see. What was the weirdest thing that I built then? I don't know if I had anything that was really. I didn't make wacky, crazy stuff like I do now. This is what I wanted to do.
It was functional stuff at that point.
I had no money. Everything that was made with parts that were gifted to me, and then I had to reuse them over and over and over and over again. Probably what's even the most complicated thing I did? I modified a graphics driver, and I thought I was gonna lose my mind because I didn't understand. It's like one on a chip, so I had to like write it in machine code. I was like, oh my gosh,
wow.
Trying to explain to my dad like the forum culture was hard.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Dad is funny because he's like secretly a nerd. Like he's the one that like made us watch like sci-fi movies and stuff, and he's like super into that kind of like. But he's like a nerd in denial. He's like super into sports and whatever, and he's like he plays up that angle more, but he knows all this computer stuff, and he knows he's into that kind of thing. So he vaguely knew he like vaguely knew internet culture and stuff, and like what I was into, but just enough to check and be like, okay, this isn't anything weird.
Yeah.
This is just a bunch of old men building things on the internet and sharing pictures of them.
So if it wasn't your dad that got you into technology, like bring this way, way back. You mentioned that you started doing this as far back as like 9 or 13 or something. That where does the beginning of just technological fascination, where is that? What happened?
Oh, I don't know. I was always into it. I remember because I'd like take things apart and try to figure out what the parts did. I think that's a standard. Every engineer ever
usually
that says they're into is like, I used to take shit apart. Like, it's like the standard beginnings. I remember when I was 9, I found like a book in a bookstore that was like Beginner's Guide to Electronics, and I was like, Dad, please give me this, or Mom, please give me this. She's like, sure, that looks educational, and that was what got me started. I went to the local Radio Shack and bought like resistors and LEDs and like some basic components, and was like wiring up real basic circuits. Like, oh look, when you close the door, I had a reed switch. I know reed switch is it's a switch you hold a magnet in front of and it turns on. And I had it like set up in front of my door so that if you opened it, it made a buzzer go off. And I was like, oh yes, I am the genius man for coming up with this.
Did you ever take apart something just around the house that your parents were like, okay, that's cool, but you need to put that back together. Please put that back together.
I took the back off the TV one. That's also dangerous, by the way. Don't do that. I guess modern kids don't need to be warned about that. It's not nearly as dangerous as it used to be. But
I guess, is there something, I'm assuming this was a CRT TV.
Yeah.
Now, what makes it dangerous? Because I can imagine it is, but I don't know why.
I can show you the exact part that makes
Oh boy.
laying around. I used it in a stream a while ago to electrocute a child. 1 second.
That was certainly a sentence. Now I'm curious. I'm assuming that this was the like the plastic babies or something.
It's this. This is a big flyback transfer, and it takes 100-odd volts in and amplifies it up to a couple thousand volts.
Oh my!
So you have capacitors which store energy even after you turn it off. It's why, like, when you turn the TV off and you see the little status LED, it stays on for a little bit before it fully turns off. So those still have charge in them. If you touch the end of this, it'll do you in. It can kill you, but it likely won't, but it can. It's enough voltage too. It's very dangerous. When I mess with this on stream, I stayed at least a meter away from the contacts at any given time while it was live, and like discharged any residual charge on it before using it, because it's a real mess. So yeah, don't take apart the CRT while it's running like a fool. I also knocked myself out using I disassembled a disposable camera. So if you remember, they have like the flash in them.
Yeah, like the little Kodak wind-up cameras.
Yeah. And they have a little flash in them if you got the ones that flash. It's got a little battery, a transformer that steps up the 1.5 volts in the battery to 1500 volts for the bulb.
Oh.
Which is so low current. I took it apart to get that transformer because you can make a zapper pretty safe, because with a battery it doesn't supply enough current to actually do anything. But it has a big old capacitor on there. That's a 1500 volt capacitor. And I touched that. I thought I discharged it. And I touched it by mistake, and it knocked me out of the chair. It like floored me out of...
God.
I did far more dangerous things when I was a child messing with electronics than I ever
than you do nowadays.
That I do on stream, which looks way more dangerous. I also tried to like read current. You ever see like a multimeter like this? There's this little probe here for measuring current, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to know how much current is on the wall outlet, so I'll just plug this into the current meter and then jam these into the outlet.
Oh my God.
What I learned much later, I didn't even know this until like college somehow, because I just never used the ammeter after this. I pretty much only used the voltmeter part of the multimeter, but a voltmeter acts as an open, so you can put it across anything, it'll tell you the voltage, it doesn't interact with the circuit. An ammeter is a short, it acts like a short circuit. So I shorted out the voltage on the outlet, and it exploded the multimeter. Oh. And then I took it apart, and it had like vaporized one of the wires, and I soldered in a new wire, and then I did it again. And it blew it up twice. And that time it wasn't recoverable because it like blew the screen up. So like, oh, I guess I just can't do that. And then I never used an ammeter again.
And how old were you when this one happened?
I was like 13. Maybe 12, actually. I might have been 12.
All right, yeah.
I was a child.
That's understandable.
I was not 16. I wasn't taking engineering commission work while blowing up multimeters and outlets. No, I guess technically I didn't know how ammeters work through that, because I didn't learn until college. And I was like, oh, that's why it blew up.
Oh.
College will teach you some things after all, it turns out. What do you know?
Now, did it occur to you in that college class as you were sitting there, oh, that memory, that's why that happened, or was it not until later?
No, immediately when they said it, I was like, oh, hey, that's exploded.
Core memory right there.
The memory immediately came back to me. Oy.
Would you ever consider going into academia yourself with all the stuff that you have done, and that, this is still, you said, only 5 years in the field? That's not a lot. So fast forward, I don't know, 20, 25 years. Would you have any interest in being a professor at a college and teaching this type of stuff?
I never want to go back to college again. So
That is entirely fair, because I'm of the same opinion.
Yeah, I was there and I did what I needed to do and I got my degree and I'm never going back. I don't want a master's. I definitely don't want a PhD.
Oh no, absolutely not.
So it's unfortunate because there's some really cool stuff that you can research, and I just don't have the and this is what makes me, I'm probably not a great engineer. I just don't have the mind for particularness. Like, I don't want to make something perfect. I want to make something work. I care way more about that than spending hours and hours and days perfecting and getting something just right. And I don't know. That's kind of a, like, to be in academia, when you're doing research, you really need to be particular about everything, and you need to be like making sure that's
at the end of the day.
Exactly. You have to be thorough, and I don't think I'd enjoy being that thorough. I kind of like what I do for work now, where I can bang together prototypes and like mess with stuff kind of fast. And whenever I have to be thorough with something, I'm kind of like, I don't like doing this part.
And then,
which is also why I enjoy doing what I do on stream, because I can play it fast. It has to be fast. It's why I like doing stream. A lot of people have told me, like, oh, why don't you do YouTube videos? It's more suited for the type of content I do. And that's kind of true. For a YouTube video, you really need to polish your project. Like, you need to get it to, you have as much time as you need to get it done.
Well, I feel like you've already solved that particular problem in that you have your edits, that you get to just do what you need to do on stream, and then you put it together in a YouTube presentable package. You at least do more than what I do, that I'm extraordinarily lazy. I download my VODs wholesale, I chop out the starting soon screen, and I upload it to YouTube. That is the entirety of my process, and I actually am, I think, 2 shows behind. I need to remember to upload those. But that you actually take time to, while you do have your VOD channel, that you have the edits that you do, and that's YouTube content, and that even if it's not fully polished in execution, that when you have that 2 to 5 minute video or whatever, that it ends up becoming the appearance of polished, because someone is able to watch that and see it from beginning to end, even if it's, you know, heavily abridged. But I think that means that you're actually that I don't think that they're wrong, that your stuff does lend itself to people will want to watch the edited down version of your content, maybe even a bit longer than what you do with your current edits. But I think that you found a happy balance right now where, you know, you don't need to spend a ton of time stitching together a big 10-15 minute video, and that you're able to do just your shorter edits. But you also, I assume, still have all the raw footage, and that if you ever wanted to build out one that you see, all right, this short edit has done particularly well, maybe we put together a more substantial video package that's 10 minutes or whatnot for that particular thing.
Yeah, so actually, my Twitter edits that I put out like 2 hours after the stream, those are all edited by me, but I have recently hired an editor that runs my YouTube channel. I'm not doing the edits that are on the YouTube channel anymore,
oh, okay,
unless they're the quick edits from Twitter. And I actually just talked to him earlier today, because I have him do 1 long edit and 5 like shorts, like the vertical shorts, every week. The shorts have been doing pretty well. The long edits not as much, but like they're mostly for pre-existing viewers, just to give like a nice polished thing. But I just earlier was talking to him today, because he's been making them like 5 to 7 minutes long. I was like, can you make these like 10 to 15 minutes? Because I want it to be like a more comprehensive like stream project breakdown.
Yeah.
So those actually, I know that market, and I'm trying to.
You're already on it. You're ahead of me.
I'm trying to get to that market, because I know that it's there, and I think the type of content I make fits it. I watch that stuff, so surely other people do.
The editor becomes the edited.
Yeah, me hiring an editor is like you used to be the editor, and now I'm hiring editors, and it's someone that I met while I was an editor. We worked on like an editing project together way back.
Well, perfect. Yeah,
so I know they're good quality. And they were talking about looking for some work, and I was like, what do you know? I don't have time to do all these edits anymore.
Haha.
Perfect timing.
I'm going to take down the hand cam for a moment because in addition to all the other things that you do, as the saying goes, graphic design is your passion.
Oh boy, what's going to come up for... Oh, look at this website. Isn't it great?
It is immaculate. This is woomfi.com, woomfi.com. This is your homepage. Welcome to the web zone.
Welcome to the web zone, Woomfies. I made this on stream, which is why it looks like this. But I also wanted it to look like this. It was fully intentional.
And we have here the cursor, the incredible cursor, and we see up here that you have a audio file. I think what I have set up won't play it, but this is the hamster dance.
You have a lame browser that didn't autoplay that when you loaded
Well, no,
the
here's the
page.
thing. When I go to one of the other pages, that if I click, wasn't signed a guest book.
If you click honorary viewers or cool people, or
then it will autoplay on that page, but not the home page.
Yeah. Have you seen this website? How much have you looked at this website?
I've looked through a couple things and I only needed to see the home page to know that I was going to use it today. I didn't need to see anything else.
Throne is misspelled. It has like...
I didn't realize that. Oh my god.
Throne. It's the cool games is actual games that I programmed on stream. It's Flash games that I made for different VTubers.
I also realized I should probably mute this because I don't want to get DMCA'd.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. See, I have like a Morco one.
Space Race Bat Out of Basement. Now, this is just an image. This is not the actual game itself.
If you click it, it'll bring you to an actual game. These are real games. I made them from this horrible, like, drag and drop game maker. So they're all really janky. And I made them, like, multiple in a stream.
Well, this makes a lot of sense because this is reminiscent of Binding of Isaac, which Bat
plays
quite a bit. Oh.
Which she plays a lot. That's why I added it.
I did not know that these were here, so this is great content right here.
She played this on stream and got so mad at it because it's so horribly balanced. It's unreal.
Oh, this reminds me of, growing up with Flash games. This makes me happy.
It was I did a few streams to get all the ones that are on there. I think I did like 2 or 3 of them. I think 3 of them to get all the ones that are on that page. And it was like making the horrible games that you would play on Newgrounds in the 2000s.
Yes.
Is the theme. Like, this is exactly the same style. The technology may not be there, but the the feel is.
Flappy Doog, oh gosh, wait a minute, that's Snoop Dogg.
This is the mint one.
Oh, this is mint.
Yeah. I think we spun a wheel and it was like, make a
As I checked, do I have, was that super loud? I don't think I had the audio on there. No, I'm not seeing it. Okay, cool. So I didn't
all
just
the
blow
audio
people's
is
ears
horrible
out.
for all of these.
But you have the actual, there's a clip of Mint saying, go with the sauce when you die. And
yes.
Skill issue, beautiful.
Someone linked me that clip. Making stuff on stream is so much fun because other people have better ideas than I do while I'm making it. And they'll be like, here, try this out. I'll be like, sick. So I just like made this up and people kept linking me resources like, oh, here's a mint head. Oh, here, put this big Snoop Dogg in the background. It's like, oh, yo, that's a great idea. Someone drew this joint for the collision.
Oh, that's good. Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, all right, there are custom assets here.
Yeah. Some of them were drawn by me, and some of them were submitted, user submitted.
Gargoon Ball's Ball Muncher. Become like Gargoon Ball and munch balls in this Mori smashing adventure.
As you can tell, I made all the assets. Can you believe it? Would you believe it if I told you that I drew all of these by hand? I'm something of an artist myself. Oh, also, as a testament to that that music talent
about. I made the background music for this too.
Okay, because... Well, I'm hearing what you were mentioning, that there's a tomatone in here, there's ukulele in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to actually play through some of these later. I hadn't gone through everything on here that I had seen. All right, at first glance, this was just your conventional, card.io or just, link aggregator website, which makes perfect sense for a content creator, but that you had given it the extra love to make it, thewebzonewoomfy.com.
I gave it the extra love to make it give people a seizure if they are photosensitive. Also, that description was written by an AI. I didn't write any of that.
Welcome to the website of Toho, your go-to destination for top-quality streaming entertainment. Whether you're a seasoned veteran of the streaming world or new to the scene, you'll find something to love here. Toho is a talented and dynamic streamer known for their engaging personality and expert gameplay. With a diverse range of content and a strong community of loyal viewers, Toho's channel is the perfect place to hang out and have some fun. So why wait? Head on over to stream and see what all the fuss is about, /.
I just assume no one's going to actually read that blurb, so I just had it be AI generated. Someone actually did read this website though, because I got someone sent me a sponsor offer and made a comment about the website blurb.
That's incredible.
I was like, oh no, people are actually reading this as a reference.
If you're all right saying what was the sponsor offer, because I'm now really curious. Okay, who saw this and said this is who we want?
Oh, this was for a GamerSup sponsor.
There you go. There you go.
They're like, oh yeah, this guy looks like a gamer. I've never played a video game in my life. That's not true, but I don't play games on stream. Yeah.
And hey, that free
yeah,
website
JC, you get random ass sponsor offers in your inbox by sketchy companies most of the time. They're not a sketchy company. They're the least sketchy company that sent me sponsor.
What is the sketchiest company? And if you're not all right saying the company name, like any vague thing.
It was a knockoff of them. It was some other sketchy powder manufacturer. I can't remember who they're called, but they had a stupid name and it looked like ultra drop shipped. Like,
oh.
I was like, they are not making this shit themselves. This is like, this is some drop shipping scam. I'm pretty sure they send this offer to like anyone with a pulse.
I appreciate the Netscape Now and GeoCities at the bottom.
yeah. You gotta add the... Also, look at the hit counter. Somebody, if you look at the bottom, the hit counter has like over 1 million hits because someone in my chat made a bot that would just reload that hit counter constantly to spam the hits up.
Because it's at 15 million.
Yes.
It only increased by 1, so the bot's no longer active.
Yeah.
But
the bot is no longer running, but it ran for like 3 weeks straight.
Okay. Well, because I saw this and I was like, wow, 15 million. But then again, you've had a couple of your videos take off that you were featured in Dextero. It's like, okay, I can believe that, enough things have added up that it could be 15 million page views.
I don't think if you added up all the views on it would get over
15 million.
15 million. I think it'd even get over 1 million, probably. I don't know.
Here we have.
It's funny that I was featured on Dextero, though. That was pretty funny. It was the weakest clip that week that got featured too. It was like, whenever I plan my streams, this was going back, I guess, to when we were talking about like how I plan stuff out. I'll kind of think in the back of my head, I don't want this to influence it too much because I don't want to prevent it from doing something fun. But I'll be like, I want a stream that I think will make a good clip because I want at least one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I made like the bells, I'm like, well, that's cool, but I don't know if that's gonna make a cool clip because you're just gonna watch chat spam bells. But like I try to add something where it's a physical thing, or like a visual gag. That'll be a cooler clip thing to have. I don't let that dictate the schedule, but it's something that I keep in mind when I'm trying to come up with streams. And when I came up with that week's stream, I assumed the boxing robot that I made would be the banger clip that week. I was like, because the other things were kind of like passive. And that was like this ridiculous, like, it's gonna be this big big commotion rig that's going that I'm going to
you
fight.
have the physical comedy there.
Yeah, physical comedy always does well clips because you browse through Twitter, you see it playing silently, and you get the idea of what it's doing, and then you can click on it if you want to watch it. That's how I get sucked into clips like that. I know I get tricked into watching stuff from that, so I know it works for other people too. That clip got like marginally less than all the other ones, all the other like as far as attention goes, than all the other ones that week. And I was like, how the hell was the one that I thought was the shoe-in, like this will be the one everyone sees, was like the weak one, and then somehow Dextero found it and featured it.
So did they reach out to you at all, or did you just load up Twitter one day, see that you had a lot of notifications, and oop, Dextero featured me?
Yeah, no, I just had an @ from Dextero. I got no new followers from, by the way. It's really cool to be like, look, I got featured by them. But like,
it's a good
my
resume
normal clips.
blurb.
Yeah, it's more just like a cool thing to say that happened, because it didn't bring me any new chatters. I thought you did get some followers. If I did, it was like, you know, a small hand, like less than 10. It wasn't much. I got more attention on the post where I said, yo, I got featured on Dextero, than the actual Dextero post did. It just
and we have here,
it's weird how things work like that.
I suppose this would be your outdated reference sheet at this point.
No, it's still in
Or
date. That's the outfit.
Yes. Or
it's not the art style, but it is the outfit. I tried to get Bunera Puni is the one who drew this ref sheet. I really like his art style. I tried to get him to do a live 2D for me, but he was not interested in taking on live 2D commissions. So my live 2D will look like this PNG instead. Which
so is a live 2D in the works, or do you plan to stay PNG long term?
No, live 2D is in the works. It's being rigged right now.
Ooh, oh boy. Do you have a projected debut date for that, or is that just going to be when it's done?
No, I plan to debut it on my 1-year anniversary in about a month from now.
Ooh. All right, so it's coming up. Do you have an experiment planned for that stream?
So, I want to do... I'll say what I want to do, because I don't know if I'll be able to get all the parts for it. I have them lined up. I should theoretically be able to get it all together, but...
Do they arrive in time is the question.
Well, I have some people that I need to rely on for some of it.
Oh, gotcha.
That is where things get iffy. I don't like to put things in stone when I have, like, to rely on someone getting something to me. I want to build a nuclear fuser reactor.
Oh, yes, I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's like the coolest, it's the closest to a nuclear reactor you can actually...
that you can
actually build.
Make.
Right? Yes, it's the only one you can legally make. And, yeah, pretty much. That's why... That's why
at that point. So, obviously, you don't have to answer any parts that you don't want to. Which parts, whether it be physical parts or that if you plan to have these other people involved physically, which parts are the ones that are going to be the most difficult for that?
Okay, so one of the people in my chat is very good at working with vacuum systems. And it is very, very important for this to work correctly that you have an incredibly strong vacuum. There's a certain number, but I can't remember the exact units to it. But you need a really good vacuum pump. Typically, people spend like upper hundreds on a vacuum pump for this, like close to $1,000. It's like the most expensive thing that you buy when you're building a fuser. There's some other sensors and stuff to like prove it works that are expensive, but that's like the main thing. One of the people in my chat works on these all the time because they have like a real nice workshop. And I was talking to them off stream about it, and they were like, hey, I found this vacuum that's capable of this on like going through my throat.
I was getting curious. I was like, I wonder if there's actual like materials in here, or if it's just stuff. And there are some materials.
No, it's shitpost mostly.
Oh, but you also do have a very functional fire extinguisher over here. Lab
yeah,
rats.
inevitably the one I have will get used.
Fatworks American Wagyu beef tallow.
I can't remember who all. I just kind of accept anything that kind of looks funny. I'll be honest. My throne does not have excessive amount of thought put into it. I also don't want to burden people with getting me actual things. I'm like, no. If I want to do something, buy it myself. If you want to get me something kind of silly, you can go on there. Someone put that frog on there. I couldn't resist. The socks are the only practical thing. That's like, because I put them on there first.
And of course, lab rats.
Oh, of course. I already have one.
But then the one thing that really sticks out here of what use would it have? 168 teeth dental synthetic resin.
No, that's like one of the most. That's one of the things I want the most.
Why?
Because, okay, look.
Oh, wait, because there's the plastic babies that you use, and it says when the babies are gone, I need a new way to add souls to the project.
Okay, see, look, I describe exactly what I need this for. Right there on the tin. The babies are gone, by the way. I entombed the last of them into a silicone puck. They're, oh, no, actually, I blended them to a powder in a blender. That was what happened.
I remember that
ones.
clip. Now,
that's a pretty good clip.
What makes the babies and the teeth? So, are they a similar material that makes them particularly useful, or do you just like having something small of this sort? Is there a function behind them, or is it just for the gag?
The function is to throw them into something, so if someone ever opens it up, they go, "Why are there teeth in here?" That's the purpose. That's the sole purpose of these things. Oh, yeah.
What surprises me more than you having this on your throne is its existence as a product, frankly.
You wouldn't want fake teeth?
It's not that I wouldn't want fake teeth. It's more that I'm impressed that somebody, we were talking about manufacturing earlier, decided to mass produce these. Or at the very least batch, that it is a launched product that somebody said, okay, what do I want to bring to market? And this was it, and they did it.
These are like nice. They're like they feel like they're made of resin. They're probably just plastic shop, but they have like no seam lines. They're like, well, it's good quality teeth, man.
Are they, just zooming out, so are these like full sets? Oh, it's not.
Yes, they're accurate. It's a full set of what you'd have in your mouth.
So these are probably
multiple, because there's 168 of them.
These are probably like if you have dentures and something falls out that you can pop one in or something.
Probably. If someone finds, by the way, someone selling real teeth, add those to Throne. I will want those more.
Of course.
I think you can probably get those for art projects. Yeah,
Probably.
I think Tono's onto it. It's for art stuff.
Good old rubber chicken.
Oh yeah, that'll be a great addition to the orchestra.
And of course, gotta have something sussy.
Yeah, add a little Mogus. Someone saw my socks and had those circuit socks. What else on here? Someone had this pizza oven.
Yeah, pizza. Why is it 33 cents? It's also unavailable.
I think it used to be like $1,000, and then they deleted it, and it went down to 33 cents.
Huh.
Whoops.
Huh. Well, I guess, if you want to buy Uwu, 10 or 100 would be Camp Chef Italia arson pizza ovens that it just goes to payout, that they aren't actually going to send them. But if you want to say that you funded 10 or however many of those,
yeah, if you want to send me 33 cents,
at that point, you have to get more than one of those. Otherwise, I assume fees will just eat up the whole thing.
Yeah, it'll give me a bill for 3 cents to pay the rest of the fees. Throne charges a ridiculous amount of fees. This is part of why I don't put serious things on here, because I'm like, oh, I don't want someone to pay 20% more than something costs. I guess also my only dono method is bits, though, so people already do that.
And as of
I don't really...
this week, there's the what are they called? Because they aren't super chats, hype chats. That's it.
Oh yeah. I have to get a funny check mark to unlock those, I think.
Oh, that's only partners? Ah.
Yeah, it's only partners. I should have partner at some point soon.
I think that is very much a when, not an if.
Yeah, this is how I'm using my partner application because I sent one out over a week ago. I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Ooh.
I will use that as a metric as to whether that ban is actually off my account. Because
That
if it's
is a
not,
smart-
they'll be like, if they didn't actually fully remove it from the account, I have to wait 3 months before I can apply again.
Ugh.
But if it is removed, then I should be good, hopefully.
When was the last
Can you
time
tell
you
these are
updated
chat
the
submitted
site?
GIFs?
Oh,
I
absolutely.
need to remove all these GIFs. It actually, like, if you look at the bandwidth thing on the server host, it's like insane for the homepage load in, and it's because of all these stupid GIFs. Every time someone loads this page, it has to load every single one of these in.
When was the last time you actually updated the site?
The homepage?
Any
Or
part?
the site at all? The site at all, like last week. Like every time someone redeems honorary viewer, they go on.
Oh.
And same with cool people. That's the expensive one. Some of these subtitles are fucked up.
Oh my gosh. That's a lot. How many channel points is that?
20,000 for that
Okay,
one.
so yeah, they have to earn that. They have to earn that.
Yeah, it's just it's a vibe check. People have asked to buy it too. This one's 100,000. You get a picture though. You get any JPEG you want.
Ooh, and they redeemed it twice.
Yeah, Watchmakering's one of the OGs. Watchmakering is the one helping me set up a vacuum pump system.
Oh, okay.
He knows his shit. He's a smart man, and I have worked with him on stuff. Some of these people did not actually redeem it. They were just happened to be on the stream when I made the website.
Ah. Yeah, that's the
Some people got out easy. And they're like, you should... People have told me now, like, yo, you shouldn't... You gotta show up to the streams if you wanna get the freebies. Have
Like,
some incentive. It's
why-
like, whenever I make something that becomes a redeem, if you're there on the first stream, you get it for free. Those-
Some folks have, 100,000 points, you get VIP. VIP is only for Twitch, but this is internet immortality right here.
Yeah. I don't give out VIPs, but I do get... You can buy your way into the cool people page on the website.
Blessed's image is my favorite because he hates it. This
Oh, he hates
is
that
AI
image.
art. I can just, at a
Yes.
glance, obviously AI art.
Yes.
So if he hates it, how did this end up being the image? Did someone submit it for him, or was it just his own shit post?
So, he is one of the people who were because he was there at the original stream. Everyone above Puppeto Games, which is the next guy up, actually paid their way in. Everyone below the potato
Was there?
and so
So 1, 2. There have only been 3 proper redeems.
yes, and one person did it twice.
Yeah, and they. God. Well, how often
It's the
do
most
you-
expensive one.
Have you ever done a gamble that was this all, or for lack of a better term, organically farmed points, or did they spike things somehow with a well-done bet?
I sometimes have gambles, but not too often. I'll normally have them, okay, guys, bet if this is gonna work or not, and then they can.
A very good
they can place
baseline bet.
bets. Yeah. Like when I made the bed that throws you out of it, I was like, I don't know if I got my weight ratings right, if these pistons can actually throw me out of the bed. So we gambled on that. I remember. It's mostly stuff like that where it's like actually a toss up.
Yeah. Well,
And I'm not
that
sure
was
if
a
it's
very
gonna work.
literal toss-up. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
If it hadn't worked, was there risk of the pistons just breaking?
That would have been really funny. So
They-
it would have
they-
still been content.
Fair, very
I
fair.
hope it doesn't actually, because those pistons were expensive. That was
Imagine.
one of the more expensive parts. They were like, I want to say $50 each, and there was 2 of them. It was $100 worth of pneumatics that would have gone up. But no, they shouldn't break. They're mechanically very simple.
So if it didn't, it would just, it wouldn't lift up, but it wouldn't keep going to the point where it actually, keeps attempting and then either snaps or something.
Yeah,
along
it
those
would
lines.
struggle. It would not be able to do it if you overload the weight. I don't think I've had anything that I fully overloaded. They just get slower the more load you put on them, as the pressure tries to equalize.
Luke Zaid says, lost all my points at the racetrack, so I assume that was the stock car one where just, had gambling on the races.
That's the most gambling in a stream, was that. Every round had gambling.
You'll be able to do that
I bet
again
Luke went all in on the Roggy car. I would have too if I had points on it.
The Roggy car, did you say? Or was that Froggy?
No, the Roggy car, the Karagi car.
Oh, okay. And you mentioned that you're going to be able to do that type of just bunches of bets for the bracket of battle bots once that stream happens. And
Junk bots and battle bots both will be betting and collaboration based. Should be fun.
And I think I remember you mentioning in passing during one of your streams this week that you actually were on a robotics team at one of your schools at some point in time.
Oh yeah, I was on the school robotics team, and I've competed in like normal competitive robotics outside of the college circuit as well.
That's one of those, club sports that you always hear about, but I don't know much about. So I assume that it's not usually battle bots. Is it usually they give you a specific prompt and a set of materials and say, all right, this is your goal, and that based on how well you are able to create something to perform this goal, you get points? Is there a level of consistency in how the competitions are run? How does that entire scene work?
Okay, so what you're describing where it's like build a bot and then it meets these goals, in like high school tier stuff, that's kind of the thing that they do. But for like proper competitive bots, it's normally like battle bots where it's a set thing you build the bot for. And there's 3 main ones that I can think of. Sumo bots, which are bots that try to push each other out of a ring. Yeah, it's a fighting bot type, but it's not as violent as battle bots. Main reason they don't do battle bots for college circuits is because you need a built arena for it, because it's so violent and it throws things so hard that you're a legitimate like danger to not have like I think you need like minimum 3/4 inch acrylic shields. Those are like hundreds of dollars. They're really expensive.
And it's
you
just
need
cheaper
all
to
around and bolt it together. Yeah,
it's cheaper to just have a ring of, okay, your goal is to force the other out of this area, but you are not allowed weapons.
Yeah, consider price difference. All these acrylic shields and like a floor, like a steel plate for the floor, or 80 centimeter wooden ring with a round circle with a white stripe around the edge. Like, that's a lot easier on their end, so that's typically what you use for college stuff. The so there's sumo bots, there's Micro Mouse, which is a bot that solves a maze, and there's Line Follower, which is a speed race where you have a tape line and the bot has to follow it as fast as possible. I've never done Line Follower. That wasn't like one that they normally had. I have done Micro Mouse and Sumo Bot, and I've won stuff in both of them. So I put a lot of time in college to compete in those because it was a lot of fun.
And for those, is it that each team would come with their pre-built bot to the thing, and that you just put it on the track? It's not, okay, you know what the goal is, and that I'm almost thinking like Iron Chef style of, okay, big reveal, here are the materials you have 3 hours, go.
Okay, so for robot stuff, you always bring the bot because it takes like months to build a robot. The Micro Mouse, the competition was in April. I started in June, and for the next year's April.
Shit.
And worked on it the whole time for that iteration to get it as good as I can. And we placed for the first time in the university's history, so it did it.
Hey, there you go.
We got some rep there, oh boy. some small uni rep. For sumo bots are much more simple. I remember that year that I did the Micro Mouse, I cheesed the sumo bot because you're technically only allowed to enter one competition, but I made both bots, so I just trained someone else to be able to run the sumo bot.
If anyone asks, you made this.
I sent them as a proxy. And also I've been screwed over before. I can't show these bots on stream because I'd gotten screwed over the first year that I was in this by I was on the sumo bot team, so it was actually a team effort. We worked with other people, and like the guy that presented it was like, "Oh yes, all me, baby. I built this bot, and I had like done so much of the hardware. I did like all the circuit and programming, and he had done like the hardware build, which is something you really have to do good work on because it's a physical thing." But I was like, I got screwed over so hard on that. I put my name all over it. Like every piece has it etched in. So I can't ever show this on stream.
Yeah,
because it's the doc spot. But so to what you're talking about, that's a different competition. It's not a robotics competition. There is one where you are given a bag of parts and you're told, okay, you have 4 hours, build something to this spec. And there's different stretch goals to like get different features on it. And then they're just like, go, and you go. And I got like, because we weren't running bots hardly, like the micro mouse we hadn't run in forever at the university I went to. They didn't have the money for it. It was always really hard to get funding for bots. I forced them into, or like I strong arm, that's what I'm looking for, them into giving us more funding because I entered that and won it the first year that I was there. You go. And then they're like, hey, that gave us some good rep. That's like, that got my in so that I could do all the robot stuff, because otherwise I didn't have money to do it myself, and I never would have gotten funded for it. So that
was just,
that
hey,
gave
we
me
did the thing.
what I
Can
needed.
we, you know, get some of the grant money, some of the funding?
Yeah. There was a prize that was given, like, I think we were the first, that was the first time we placed in anything in, like, I think it was 18 years when I got that.
Wow. And had they been entering every year, or had there been just a hype? Okay, so it wasn't
in that particular one, the robots, but that particular one, they'd entered here.
Wow. And
but it's
how many schools
I had like trained for
were entering in this? Is this like, you know, 10,
it's like 30
hundreds,
or 40?
30? Okay, so a sizable field here.
Yeah, it's region based, so you would only compete within your region. And there was like a couple schools that you would just expect would win most stuff because they, some of them, a couple of the big ones had tons of money. They were big like private schools, and then like some of them just took it more seriously. Like there's a couple that went and they're just there to party it up, and then they're also gonna, you know, do a contest or something. Why not? You get a funded trip from the university.
There was no, I suppose, lack of a better term, price cap on the machines. That it wasn't, okay, these all have to be built under set amount of money so that you don't have these issues of better funded schools being able to just completely run away with it.
No, there was no limit on that. You could absolutely strong arm your way through. What do we place? The last year that when I ran the sumo bot, and I got the good placement with Micro Mouse. We got 3rd place with sumo because we lost to someone who like custom machined their bot. Like, we don't even have the machine to do that at our university. They had like a 5-axis CNC mill, which is like a thing that can like carve metal like on a robot arm.
Oh yeah, and
they had like this super nice
on site. We can't beat that.
It was like a $2,000 sumo bot. Like if you paid the machining fees, I'm sure they had it as part of university. They weren't paying those fees.
Yeah.
I know the only year I did 3 years of competition, we won. I placed in multiple things in the first and the last year, and the middle year placed in nothing because we competed at the school that we beat in the first year, and they were mad at us and screwed us out of some placements. But no, it was a lot of fun doing that through college. That was that helped me rekindle my love of the hobby too, because I did it all through high school and then got into college and was too busy for a couple years. I actually left college. I dropped out after 2 years and then came back and had to do 3 years to graduate. So that was how that worked.
JC Rouser has an idea. Build a CNC machine to give to your old school so they can make their bots
build
better.
The bots better. I gave them a 3D printer because I didn't have one.
Oh.
I was fronting machines for this because I had a laser cutter that I built. I had a hacked together laser cutter that I built, and they didn't have a laser cutter that we were able to use. I think they had like an old one, but you had to be like trained to use it, and only the mechanical engineers did it. So I was like, okay, we don't have like a Fab Lab one, just use mine.
All right, now here's the way. This is the logical conclusion of the shitpost of your name, that you build some combination, whether it's a big machine or a suite of machines, to give to your school and say, I will gift these to the university for free, on the condition that you name it the Uwu to Owo Lab.
I will fund an entire Fab. I would absolutely do that. If I had the money to fund Fab Lab, I'd be like, okay, but you have to put this entire username.
Yeah, and
that's the name of it.
And that for decades to come. All right, so we're gonna be meeting at the Uwu Lab at 6 a.m. What? Yes, I said that. I'm not saying it again. Knowing that you will doom. It's not even so much that you're making the students say it, but that you're making the faculty say it. They're gonna have to put it in emails. It's going to be on signs, on maps.
It's gonna be on the official university-looking signs outside of the. Also, it'll age really poorly too. So it'd be like troll face dorm or something. Like it'd be.
That's the point.
It's gonna be a relic in like a decade.
Exactly though.
And it's stuck like that forever.
Graduated from Uwu U.
Yeah, I don't think I can fund the entire university.
Not quite the university, but I'm sure you could get the lab, or it would probably take a while to get a building named after you. But a singular lab.
A singular lab. It cost about 20 grand to load a Fab Lab, like a nice Fab Lab.
I'm sure that you could develop 20,000 worth of, that it might not cost you 20,000, but that the machinery that you make would MSRP.
I send over all
20,
handmade.
Well, no, because the thing that you're making this stuff that is, almost boutique level, that it's handmade, but that it is made better or specifically tailored for what a Fab Lab would end up needing, and that it actually is better than if they just, bought whatever the standard equipment is.
Yeah, you could actually do that for a lot, like 3D printers and stuff. 3D printer, CNC mill, you could build, like, Fab Lab capable forms of those on the cheap, or, like, cheaper than what you could get.
Mm-hmm.
Laser cutter, not really. That one's a little trickier.
Yeah, that's...
But the other stuff. I also built my laser cutter for, like, $300, so that's not that bad.
I don't know what a normal price would be, but I would imagine
15 grand.
I was gonna say maybe 15 grand. Yeah, that's a steal.
I like a proper epilogue laser is 10,000-15,000. Granted, it's a lot better than the one I built, but I also spent less than $500 on.
Well, if
I
you
was
spent
a poor college
less
student.
than 500 on that, what would it take to build the $15,000 level one? That would $2,000 if you built
Probably
it yourself
2,000.
be able to do it? That you're still
2,000.
saving 13 grand at that point.
Yeah, no, you could build it for like 2,000. Getting like your software stack would probably be a bit of a trick, but there's a lot of solutions for that already, so wouldn't be too hard. If you splurged on getting the nice control board that they put on there, because you can just buy that part, then put it on all your custom components, then it has the nice software like PC integration. That'd be probably the best way. It could be done. I kind of want to do a build too, but I haven't allocated money for it. Because it'd be useful to have for streams.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
One day. Instead, I'm spending all my money to try to build a fuser, which doesn't do anything except look cool.
Is that even going to be one that you can take apart after the fact and reuse?
No, that is. Oh, well, I can use a vacuum pump. which will actually be really useful to have once I have it. But no, the fuser itself is like,
yeah,
it's
imagine,
one purpose only.
Yeah, I would imagine that just has to be scrapped and in a very particular way to make sure
I
that
wouldn't
it's not...
scrap it. I'm going to keep it. You can get at least 2 or 3 streams out of that thing, because first one is getting it to plasma stage, or like demo fuser level, which I'm pretty confident I could do if I did it on an event stream or something. Part 2 would be actually making it like create fusion, which is a lot more tricky. You have to make a you have to be able to bleed in deuterium gas and then get the vacuum, like backflow the vacuum, but just barely. And you have to add some extra sensors so that you can actually pull that off properly. And it's nice to be able to break it into 2, instead of all expensive at once, 2 expensive chunks that you can do like a month or 2 apart.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks cool after the first stage anyway, so it's like,
how so?
it's good for stream stuff. Oh, it so you put a glass window on it so you can actually see what's going on inside, and you have the, like, when you pull a vacuum on it, you have an electrode on the inside, the outside of the shell. It looks like you typically make it in a ball, like you weld 2 halves of a steel hemisphere together, and you put it into a ball, and then you put a window on it. And in the center of it, of this charged ball, you put a little like nest of wire. I don't know how to describe it. Like the shaker in like a protein shake. You know, like you have the shaker ball.
Mm-hmm.
You put like that in the center, and you connect that wire to it, and it's suspended in there. And when you pull the vacuum and you charge it, it glows vibrantly purple, and like, and very bright, and it looks like a sci-fi device, just in the plasma state, because you have to create plasma to actually create the fusion. So it looks really neat. It'll look really cool on camera, even before generating radioactivity. And
Whenever
then once
people
you
think of radioactivity, they think very dangerous, very hazardous. Obviously,
Yes.
like we've been saying, that you're not going to do something that's actually dangerous, but to what additional degree are you going to have to put in safety precautions for this particular experiment?
I'm going to have to add lead shielding. I'm not going to look directly into the window. You put a camera in, and then look at the feed on the camera. But it doesn't generate crazy amount of backscatter. That's the main thing that you have to worry about irradiating you. I mean, people build these in their garage. I'm not gonna say all the time, but like many people have done this.
Yeah.
It doesn't create like crazy amounts. It's mostly creating neutrons, which you need a special device to actually be able to read. That's part of your expense list.
Mm.
The X-rays are just incidental. It just happens to also create X-rays as part of the process, which are radioactive.
How long has this one been in the works? Did you know 6-7 months ago, for the 1 year, this is what I want to do?
No. And I don't even know if this is going to be what I end up doing. I might end up switching to a different project. But I'll choose a big project for it.
Yeah.
Like next week, assuming eBay doesn't screw me, or this eBay seller doesn't screw me over on the shipping times, I'm going to be building a laser gun, an actual laser. I could definitely do a real powerful, crazy laser build as my 1 year instead, and that would also look awesome and be cool mad scientist shit that would be cool for a celebration stream.
Very flashy, literally and figuratively.
Yeah. It'd be a cool thing to show off. It would be fun to build, and would not take so long that it would keep me from being able to like hang out with chat and do some stuff. Because I like to do improv stuff on my celebration streams. The only celebration stream I've done so far has been my birthday stream, but that was a 13-hour-long stream where I just took a bunch of existing stream ideas, and I would spin a wheel and choose which one I was going to do next.
And I assume that everything you had planned was smaller scale inherently. That way you knew just whatever you spin that you can do that, and that you'll be spinning again soon enough.
Yeah. I tried to plan for that. For the anniversary one, I'll try to have that land. I'll have it on a weekend at the very least, so I can do like a big long stream. for it, but I'm not sure what. Like, I'm going to want to work on a project for 20 hours, and also I don't think anything I'm going to be working on for that.
Watch for 20 hours if it's not changing up to a certain extent.
You need something gratifying happening along that path to keep it interesting.
And you could have the gratifying things be, all right, there's a bunch of crazy chat routines, and even if the experiment is one long contiguous thing, that you can keep up the stimulation, as it were, in other ways.
Yeah, and I was thinking about maybe adding some of that stuff. Might have to cancel your Sunday meal. Yeah. JC's right. I just wouldn't do it that week. I don't do that very often for streams, but it's the 1 year. I also have to pick something that'll let me show off my model. I can't pick things where I'm under a weld mask or whatever where it can't track it.
Yeah, so you do have, well, it looks like a motorcycle helmet. I assume it is not.
Yes.
Is it just a proper motorcycle helmet?
It's just a motorcycle helmet. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there was, a specialty visor installed or if this was something, but motorcycle.
It's just a tinted It's a tinted visor that on camera is really hard to look. So it's like, oh, that works.
And they're certainly built for high impact. So there you go.
Yeah, it's PPE as well.
Ooh, didn't know
2
that.
2 for 1.
That's actually relevant here.
Yeah, you get the dox protection and head protection, which I generally need anytime using motorcycle helmet.
Was that one that you had to buy, or that?
Yes.
I imagine
I bought a motorcycle helmet, despite not owning a motorcycle.
I'd imagine that would probably actually be one of the greater expenses, because my guess is those things aren't cheap.
It was one of the more expensive things that week, I believe. Similar to how, for this laser stream coming up, which is the expensive stream I was talking about next week, the laser itself, the 7-watt laser diode, all the heat sinks, driver board, everything, is like under $100. However, the safety goggles, so that my retinas don't get fried by laser reflection, are over $200.
Oh.
So, but I will be able to use them for many, many more laser builds.
Yes, for sure. And being able to continue to use your eyes, priceless.
Very important. I'm not getting the cheap rate AliExpress laser goggles. I'm getting the good ones. Yeah. The good ones made by an actual company that I know is getting certified on all their claimed safety spec. Because if you're building handheld lasers that are bouncing around your basement covered in random metal things, you do not want any chance of it reflecting into your eyeball.
Yeah. Now for that, I guess, are you able to wear that under the helmet? Or I guess, actually, probably for what you're doing, you don't need the helmet for that.
I don't need the helmet for
anyway,
that.
so it doesn't matter.
But I could wear it under the helmet.
Looking back at the big shelf, so how many items are on the shelf?
It's loaded with stuff now. Let's see, there's like a big pile of Nerf guns on it. There's all the flammables are kept together. So I have my torches and propane torch and all my high proof alcohols. I like the drinking kind, like the isopropyl kind. The fuels. Explosive ingredients. Let's see, what else is there? Where are the projects? Oh, okay. I have like the robot arm, which is one of my it's like from a few months ago at this point. And like the original chat controlled robot is there. I couldn't really repurpose that one.
Let's see that one. Let's see the original.
Sure. I'll pull it out. Let me go get it.
Also, Cry Spy 7. I hope it's either that or it could be Crispy, perhaps, but probably Cry Spy 7. Thank you so much for the follow. This is a lot of fun for me. That these are the types of questions and conversations I don't get to ask other guests, and that even when I have to ask similar questions sometimes for guests, that I get different answers, but I'm getting to go very different places mentally as a host tonight.
Okay, this is the original chatbot. This is the first time I used the chat no, it's not. The ball zapper was the
first use of the chat control. My apologies. This was
they look like Lego or Connects wheels.
No, they're just cheap gearbox wheels. If I did that, I was talking about doing that garbage bot build. I would be using these gearboxes. These are so cheap. It's unreal. This kit was very affordable. I think it was like $40.
Well, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, I got a few streams out of it too. This is why I didn't diversify my projects as much, because I did one stream where I just built this. Chat drove it down the stairs and it survived somehow, despite being made out of like acrylic. But then I did another stream where I taped a knife on the front and had it run around and try to. That was fun. That one was hard to set up because that was before I was in the basement, so I didn't have like a floor to set it up on. Yeah, I had to go down to the living room and bring the camera down with me and have it set up. And then at the end, carry the camera, unhook the camera, carry it all back upstairs to continue the stream.
Now, I do have to ask, so you put a knife on here, are we talking like a small kitchen knife? Are we talking, big butcher's knife? What did we have?
No, it was a little kitchen knife sticking out the front, like about this far. I believe. It wasn't very sharp because they had to really ram those balloons to make it. Yeah, so eventually I took needle felting needles, which are just these long barbed needles, and I stuck them all the way around.
Oh, okay, make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, I had to put them on easy mode. They weren't able to pop balloons with a knife.
I feel like
also, yeah, JC, this is it.
I feel like some people have cat cam that maybe you, not for this particular one, but maybe you build at some point just a small robot that will just sort of traverse an area, do silly little things, and that whether that be for a redeem to turn on the mini bot cam for a minute or something. That I wonder if that's something that could end up being developed.
Yeah, I've thought about doing that where I have like a camera on the bot and send it around. I forgot. I also have a GoPro cam that can never get working right. Maybe I need to work with that because that would be real good to have on the front of here. I have to be really careful. I don't have any address labels on any of these boxes that are laying around the basement before sending the camera bot around at ankle height. That would be the main concern I'd have.
Yeah, I feel like it almost would have to be protocol of if you were to ever start using a GoPro cam that just anytime a box comes in that you just take a big piece of masking tape just over the thing that you don't know if it's going to end up inside or not, but just have that be part of the intake protocol.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I've like trained myself on how to walk around the camera. Like, whenever you if you drop something on the floor and pick it up, you always turn around.
Of course.
So that your face isn't like leaning into the camera. Because even then, if somehow you lean into frame when you think you're not, your face won't be showing.
Yeah.
Then it looks like you're flashing your ass at the camera, though. So I don't know. You win some, you lose some.
There are other streaming sites that people pay for that.
Yeah, sometimes that's done intentionally for crazy. Huh?
Is there a concept or experiment that you really, really want to do that you just can't, and not because of TOS violations?
Not because of TOS violations.
That whether it be...
You're talking like any other limitations.
Yeah.
I want to take chat camping. I want to have a stream where I start in the house, then we go out, get in the car, we'll put in like the passenger seats so you can't see where I'm driving from, right? Until we get out, maybe, past the highway and stuff. Drive out to a campsite, set up, we do some like survival type, it'd be like that kind of theme where it's like, okay, we're gonna go, backpacking and wherever. We'll do like a backwoods site, go out, set up, and like build a fire, and like that would be an awesome stream. I've never seen anyone do anything like that. It's a fairly unique idea that I think people would find enjoyable. And there is just the technical like setup you would need.
Yeah,
to pull
you would need not only a shit ton of batteries and just the power sources to make sure that you are keeping whatever machine you are streaming off of going for that long because, you know, you're never actually plugged into an outlet. So I assume, just need a generator at that point.
Oh no, there's ways to do this. I've I've spent a long time. I've wanted to do that for, and I've tried to
you
come
cut
up
out.
with ways.
You said I wanted to do that for.
Oh, for a very long time. Like, one of the first things I wanted to when starting streaming was to do a camping stream, or to be able to do outdoor stream, or like things where I take people places and do things outside of normal, because that unlocks, if I have a rig that I can do that with, that unlocks so much stuff. Oh, you know, this is too dangerous to do in a house. Oh, we can go drive out into the middle of nowhere, and that can be part of the stream.
GC Rouser can't make us touch grass. Yes, he can. Well, because I know that there's the streamer backpack setups that the head of Vshoujo Gunrun very famously developed a system like that.
The Gunrun backpack. Yeah.
Yeah, that I get the feeling that what you would need would probably need to be a little bit more robust, but is that at least conceptually
No, his is actually
similar?
very good. The IRL backpack, which by the way costs $3,000.
Yeah, it is
which why
not
I don't just
cheap.
buy it. It is not cheap. It costs $3,000 and then $400 a month for the plan to get, because or maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's like $200 if you don't have like the international one. But it's basically, it's a plan. The cell plan you get for that, the modem has like 6 SIM cards in it. It connects to all the cell networks, every single one of them, and then switches between them based on which one's the. And that's how it's able to not drop like a phone does when you go out.
That's the
far away
sponsored
from
stream.
everything.
That's the sponsored
That would be
stream.
a hell of a sponsor.
Well,
that
no,
would
no,
be
no.
the only. That is the only thing I would put like a dono on for. Would be to sponsor an IRL backpack, because it's like, it's something for the stream. It'll make me able to do way more stream stuff. It's expensive enough that I really can't afford to buy one just outright.
Yeah. Because I know that you can rent those, but for like a week's rental, it's basically a third of the cost anyways at that point.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and I don't know, like, where I live, I don't think. It's one of those things where it has to be in, like, a local place.
Yeah. But that's maybe something that if you ever go pitch to a company of, okay, if you're going to sponsor the stream, that maybe that is the thing they're sponsored, that, that is the budget for the thing of that your sponsor dollars go to this thing, and it is the Toho, camping adventure sponsored by company.
Whoever. That'd be a hell of an event stream to have like that too. So,
Yeah. But that's what companies like, that they want it to be an event, not just another stream that happens to have their stuff on it that day. You could pitch that legitimately.
Yeah, like an outdoor company to sponsor it. Tano's right.
Yeah, okay.
That's the way you spin that. Is hey, I need a few $1,000s to do this. I'll showcase your stuff.
Yeah, and that
full force.
In that they are funding the backpack, but also your tent, any of the cooking things that it's such and such brand.
Sure,
mini
yeah.
stove or whatever, that you can find ways to do the sponsor tie-in, and that this is how you make this concept happen, because I understand the limitations and the difficulty, and that the issue here really is just money and practicality.
Yeah.
That the tech
This is
exists.
something long term I could probably justify buying. I would just need to save up,
Yeah.
actually invest to it.
Is there a stream
Because there's
concept?
a lot of cool stuff you can do this. Huh?
Is there a stream concept that you want to do that the technology does not exist for it yet?
Ooh. Yeah, I would love to send a camera to space. Keep in mind, consumer grade model rockets are a thing. That's another one that I would really love to do. Oh, actually, the one that I was thinking of, I would love to do a near space flight with a like a massive weather balloon, which is something I could conceivably fund. That's another thing I would need a backpack for, because you have to go out in the middle of nowhere to launch one of these things.
Now,
And you have to get clearance and stuff for it.
Would you be in the balloon, or would you just be sending the camera up in the balloon?
No. I would be sending the camera on the balloon. Manned flight to near space is
that's going to be much
different
more
thing.
expensive.
That's something my technology doesn't exist for that yet. But to send a camera up, perfect for a stream setup, to be able to strap a camera that's live feeding back and send to space with a little parachute to send it back down. That would be cool. That would be really cool. And something that I've wanted to do for a while as well. That's another one that I've been, and if you really blow up, you can get away with doing this.
Yeah.
You justify doing this. There are some things like that where it's like, if I really had the resources and the justification for it, I could get away with doing something like this.
Plus, it might be a day trip to get the camera back.
Yeah, true. You set up a not very good camera, or not very expensive camera.
Yeah, do you just sort of expect to not collect the camera at the end of it?
Yes, you expect it to potentially be like in a lake or something. No, sending it up from Ohio, if the wind blows.
Yeah, you could be across the border.
Yeah, it's up in Canada. It's now a foreign ordinance, and the authorities are after me.
Ooh, causes an international incident.
I make an edit where the It's Always Sunny screen says streamer caused an international incident. Just kind of.
So I invaded foreign airspace.
Here's how I invaded foreign airspace using a stream gimmick. I sent up a balloon with a big Among Us on it, and it accidentally drifted into Canada.
Gosh, now I'm thinking, like, what is the actual possibility of that happening? Because it isn't zero.
Well, JC says with the jet stream, it'll go east. Okay.
Okay.
So we have to aim for, like, China balloon type attack on Europe.
Yep. All right.
To cross the Atlantic. How big of a balloon does it take to last that long? That's the question. We can go the Hindesburg route. We don't have to use helium. We can use the much cheaper hydrogen. And I can actually. Oh yeah, that's another thing I want to do on stream. But that one, you can get a little dangerous with this one. I would need to be pretty sure of my safety setup for it. Is making a hydrogen and oxygen generator using electrolysis. You can just generate hydrogen using water because you can split it out with electricity. It's really cool.
Yep.
God. And then you can send up very flammable balloons.
Now I'm just thinking, all right, at what point does this actually venture into TOS? Because it's just legal things.
Yeah, so for that stuff, you have to get a lot of legal clearance to send up things into, well, above a certain size to send things into near space. You have to get, like, was it FCC? No, that's the Federal Communications. FAA? I can't remember. Whatever the air people are. You have to get their permission to send things that close to space.
Gosh,
that is the FFA.
Yeah. Gosh, now I'm just thinking, all right, what are all the implications there? Okay, how long it takes to set up? So how big would this balloon end up being?
They're like 10 to 15 feet in diameter, I think.
Okay, so
this is a standard thing. This isn't like, I'm not going into uncharted territory here. Universities do this.
Yeah.
Fairly often.
It's just that it's usually not streamed.
Yes. Normally it's not streamed. It's not set up for entertainment purposes. You send up like a payload with a bunch of projects on it. That's typically what it is. Sensors and stuff.
So
but
what would be... Is there anything in particular you would add to this to make it entertaining, or is there just so much entertainment of being able to see from that height?
I think that would be the main thing. I would definitely print out or get like a figure of someone to put it in front of the view frame, like they're posing for a picture. 100%.
Well, so if you do a donathon to fund this, that is the prize for the top donor.
Oh, to get the place in front? Yeah, of course, you would get in frame. Get a figure of yourself in frame. That would be fun for a donathon. Keep in mind, though, the donathon would have to pay for both a balloon launch and
the backpack
IRL
at this point.
Yeah. That'd be like one of the most... I am not big enough to pool the money necessary for that, I don't think. And I would feel bad asking for that much money to just do something stupid with it.
What would the budget be at that point? Because you were saying it was about $3,000 or something for the backpack. What is the amount for the balloon and everything that would be involved?
I'm going to ballpark $1,000.
Okay, so not actually as much as the backpack.
No, not even close. I mean, the balloon itself is like 200. You have to fill it.
Yeah, just material.
And you have to, I have to I haven't looked into this in a while. This has been something that's like back of the mind. This would be cool at some point, but I know it's not feasible now, so I haven't thought about it too much. It's not the first thing you do with a streamer backpack. The first thing you do is the easier ones because it's novel. Yeah. And then once your chat is jaded to that, then you work your way up to the more insane stuff.
First you do the camping stream because that's just taking the backpack around.
Yeah. Easy enough, right?
Are there any concepts that when you first started, you said, all right, this is not possible, that now you say, okay, I can do that?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, as I've said before, since moving down here, moving all my setup down here where I have all this space, like most of these projects became possible suddenly. But I guess So I never worked with like the pneumatic stuff before doing it on stream. It was like the first time I played around with it. I was really nervous getting into it too, because I was like, man, if I forget a fitting or something, the whole stream is screwed, because you can't use if it's like unusable because I forget something that I just had to need to know to use it. But didn't happen. It ends up working just fine. And I built up a big collection of that, and now I'm able to do like strong robots. Like robots that can lift me off the ground and like, throw stuff and whatever. I didn't think I'd be able to do when I started. Honestly, I didn't think when I started if I got like the fact that the thing people know me for now, and the thing that like most of my viewers came to the stream for, like what most people found me from, were clips of these kind of projects, is very, very lucky, because I did early on, I was doing all sorts of different DIY stuff. It was much less directed. I was doing like crafts and cooking and all that, and I always figured that if I got any attention for anything, it would be like cooking or something more normal, cooking or crafting or stuff like that. Electronics and robotics and stuff, this is what I wanted to do, that I didn't think was going to be entertaining for people to watch. I was like, I know there's a way to spin it entertaining, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pull that off at my scale, like without going like crazy Mr. Beast mode with it, like to make this kind of stuff entertaining. And like in the scope of a stream, like generally it takes like weeks to build a robot. I'm banging one out in one stream is crazy to try to attempt. Anything like this kit, okay, you can do a kit in a stream, but like some of the stuff where I'm doing completely custom, I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I was afraid of doing that earlier on, and I wouldn't have I probably wouldn't have thought I would have attempted it. But I'm very fortunate that people like to watch the robot stuff, just because I didn't think that was where my content was going to end up. That was what I wanted. That was like the dream one for it to be.
Well, that's so. When people are doing stuff that they love, that they're going to naturally be more motivated and more creative, and that that's when the best content happens. Because if the streamer's having a good time, they're just going to do better stuff. But it certainly also helps when there's not as much inherent competition in the space. And to be fair, there's not too many cooking streamers either. But there's even less engineering streamers.
That's what I was thinking. Also, I love doing crafts. I like both of those things, but this is like my main passion. I would have been happy with either. If I had taken off doing cooking stuff, I'd be like, hell yeah, this is awesome. But yeah, there's not very many people that do it. There's like especially like wacky stuff and like doing like the gimmicks and stuff that I like to do. Even for something more common like that, there's no one doing engineering like this, and like where it's stream forward.
And doing these types of concepts, that the type of stream that you do 3 times a week, would be the special anniversary stream, pull out all the stops for basically anyone else.
That was my goal. That was like that's what I aimed for when I started streaming to begin with, was like, because like even before I did these stuff that's as crazy as I'm doing now, I would do like, okay, we're gonna like, you know, make a bunch of fake merch for people, or we're gonna do, you know, like the doodle speedrun thing was like, where we're like shooting them drawings or burning them or whatever, or like that kind of stuff. I was like, originally it was, I want every week to have a stream that someone else would call their celebration stream. Like that would be an event normally. I want as many streams to be events as possible. And when I started this year, because I mentioned earlier, like this, when 2023 started was when I wanted to really start putting more time into streaming. I was like, okay, no, I'm not going to do the editing streams anymore, because I want every stream to look like an event. At least attempt. Not all of them will be that impressive,
whether or not it
big
succeeds, but
but going for it. That was the idea. So I'm glad it leaves that impression, because that means it's working.
Seriously, that like I said, I was talking with a friend that I sent him your schedule for the week, and it was like, this is what the guy does 3 times a week. I don't know how he thinks of him. Obviously, we've covered some of that, but just that you know, the stuff that you do is just so out there and unique, and that it's really cool that you've been able to find this. That you know, there's, like I said, a good handful of cooking streamers, not a ton, but that I can see the overlap certainly in the interest that cooking streams in and of themselves are event streams too, but being able to just the sheer number of axes of possibilities is so much broader. The fact that just, you know, where did the idea of Billy Bass even come from? Because I consider that a very iconic thing, that just, you know, you don't see a Billy Bass very often, but everyone has seen a Billy Bass.
There's an old video of someone who hacked it so that they could control it manually, and then they synced it up to Ram Ranch. That was the motivation. I was like, oh, what if we make it robotic and automatic, and like you can make like a beat map that you program into it. So that was the idea for that.
And there it goes.
Some stuff is inspired by like that, where I'm like, okay, old YouTube video, but on stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then some things are like completely unique. Water-cooled potato stream. I don't know where the hell that I just dreamed that up. I was like, that'd be funny.
Tano Natsu in the chat says, when's the Pi Bot? And
what is
I
the
think,
Pi
like,
Bot?
I was going to say, what is the Pi Bot? Because I can think of a number of things. That could be a bot that makes a pie. It could be a bot that throws a pie at you. It could be I don't know. It could be a bot that just makes a pie explode. I don't know. There's different pie throwing. Okay.
Pie throwing?
I feel like that's not that difficult. That's a catapult.
Yeah. I've never built a catapult on stream. I'm adding Pi Bot to this. Pie throwing bot. That one's going in the book.
Now I'm trying to think, that are you building for accuracy, or are you building for power?
No, you're building for power, absolutely.
Skip catapult.
You want that thing to fucking launch. It better obliterate that pie pan when it hits. I'm gonna set up, okay, wait, I want to do that now. And set up a mannequin so that I can go all out just this once, Master, because we were having it absolutely like obliterate it with a pie would be the funniest thing ever. Yeah, trebuchet for real. The superior siege weapon.
Yes. Oh, what a fantastic meme that is.
It is the superior siege weapon. Hook up a bag of beans to the end of it as the counterweight.
Oh my god. No.
It'll be a great basement trebuchet.
Hook up a bag of the plastic babies as the counterweight.
Oh, that's true. It's gonna take so many babies.
They probably just aren't heavy enough. Beans might have to be.
No. I'm okay with conscripting 2 million babies into being the for this trebuchet.
Oh, pumpkin chucking their air cannons. Ooh.
Hey, there's a stream that I can't do, but I would love to do. Build the pumpkin chucking cannon.
Well, around Halloween, there's a bunch of just pumpkins lying around. Nobody is going to actually use. They're just left on porches and doorsteps.
You need like land to have this cannon. There's a lot of things.
That's another one for the backpack. That's another one for the backpack.
That's true. I still need to find a place to go to actually do some of this stuff.
Find a field of some sort.
I have some friends that I think own land. Find old man at work. Be like, hey, I know you got a field. Can I launch a pumpkin in it? I'll give you a cut of this stream for it.
And the guy's like, what's a stream?
Yeah. It's the thing that runs through the back of the field.
I was going to say, I got a stream out back that kind of dried up this year.
Yeah. This is it. That's your in.
Okay, so it's the small, dense ones for the ARKHAND. Okay. I kept shooting past the border. Is there...
I kept... What?
Is there... Okay, I'll actually wrap back, because earlier I said, what is something you want to do that you can't, and not for TOS reasons? What is one you can't do for TOS reasons?
So it's not technically TOS, and I mentioned this earlier. I want to make a stream where I synthesize chloroform.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. That's not against TOS. It's not against TOS.
Not against TOS.
It's not dangerous if you do it right. If you do it like proper, take lab procedures, it's not dangerous. It is not illegal. It's not a scheduled substance. The only regulations federally that apply to it are when you're making large quantities of it anyway. I would be making enough to smooth 3D prints, because what do you know? That's what it's really good at, and why I would want it to begin with. It's actually really bad at knocking people out. Fun fact. It takes like 5 minutes for someone to pass out under chloroform, and then you have to continually administer it to them. It's almost like they had an anesthesiologist to do this to people back in the day. And, crime novels made it look a little easier than it was. But it's a great solvent. It's real good for smoothing your 3D prints.
Is there...
But, nothing is against TOS. Doesn't encourage violence, isn't self-harm, doesn't hurt you to make it, doesn't give reasonable danger to make it.
Come to think of it, you mentioned you don't watch a lot of anime, but are you familiar with a anime/manga called Dr. Stone?
I'm familiar with it. The art style looks god-awful. I really hate the design of Dr. Stone. I really hate that character design, but I've not watched it. Why? What do you...
Well, so the whole crux of the story is that it is... it's not an isekai, that everyone on Earth is turned to stone, and that due to some chemical reactions, a couple people are broken free from stone about 3,000 years afterwards. So it is you're back in the Stone Age, because the world has just grown over in 3,000 years, and that there's only a couple people that are now around, and that it's a guy that is much like yourself, who is very gifted with just engineering prowess, and is able to just sort of from the ground up that, all right, one of the first things they make is soap, and that is the Dr. Stone. That one of the first things that you need if you're going to rebuild societies, make sure that you don't die to basic disease, and that you're able to actually just properly bathe. That simple thing that allows you to continue to survive, to build more and more, and that it is just building blocks of everything from how to make a simple camera or a mill, and that they build all these machines and explain in relatively simple terms how it's done, and that the processes themselves are not always simple, but that they are usually of the scale that you deal with, and that I'm not sure if you would necessarily find it to be a super interesting series, because they probably dramatize a certain number of things that you, of all people, would be able to look at it and say, okay, that's a bit oversimplified, or that... I'm sure that...
Are you giving me a recommendation here to watch this?
Well, it's a twofold thing. It's a
Steal project ideas from the anime.
That's what it is. That's the real thing there. Of maybe you watch it, but also that could potentially act as an interesting reference point of places to start, because you mentioned that you know, watch YouTube videos or have other things to sort of source ideas, and that is the entire series of them just doing these types of experiments that you do with just
JC, hang on.
nature stuff.
Hang on, JC, you watch Dr. Stone. Get me a list of the most ridiculous things they've done on that show. I can do a stream where I not debunk them maybe, but attempt them. That would be a cool thing to do.
Yeah, that almost
Straight up make it.
Almost Mythbuster Dr. Stone.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is this viable?
They just finished, I think, what was their third season? Because that is one that I do watch, and I do find it very entertaining. I recognize, all right, there's probably a non-zero level of dramatization, but it didn't actually occur to me until just now. Wait a minute, actually, this could be a good source of, you know, not necessarily one-to-one to pull from, but some inspiration there.
Right. I'm kind of intrigued. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Though it's not getting glowing reviews by chat member.
It's a fun one, but I
can enjoy some fun stuff.
I call it a solid B+ show.
Okay.
That
I've enjoyed some solid B+ shows before, so.
And that it certainly is unique, and that I genuinely do feel that it's basically what you do. that what they use, it's more, you know, natural substances and whatnot that they have to deal with, and that they're actually having to synthesize a lot of stuff from the ground up. So, if anything, you very much have an advantage because you can just, you know, buy certain materials, whereas a lot of the early stuff is them saying, all right, so this is how you make base material or base chemical, and that over the course of the series, those things that they have created and acquired in the earlier chapters, seasons, come into play of, all right, so you take these things that we made and you combine them in this way, and that's how you build a more complex machine. So they do actually go through the full building block stages, and the building block stages probably wouldn't be as interesting to you because a lot of that is more chemical based, not necessarily mechanical based, but once they get up and running, that there could be something there.
Yeah. Okay, wait. This is an acquisition fantasy then. That is not what I thought that show was.
No,
it's like a Robinson Crusoe kind of thing. Like, I know this because I took one English elective in college where we went over this. I'm pulling that knowledge back hard. Freshman year knowledge, baby. Let's.
So what did you think
like Robinson Crusoe is this acquisition fantasy, right? Where it satisfies that human desire to build yourself up from nothing and like make all the pieces work together independent of a society. It probably would be fun to watch, honestly. I would be like, yeah, this is mid, but also I like it kind of thing. I feel like it would tickle my neurons the right way for that.
Yeah. The question would be that you said you didn't care for the art style, so hopefully eventually you'd be able to.
The main character looks ridiculous. I don't know what.
He does. And the thing is, he's that strange balance of charismatic but also kind of obnoxious. And that I wonder if that would be off-putting to you potentially. That I don't know you well enough to really say for sure or not, but I know that the main character is just he's very smart and he knows it.
I was annoyed by the guy in Steins Gate, so I'd probably be a little annoyed.
It's not quite as actual mad science as Steins Gate is. Definitely a very different one, but
yeah, it's trying to be like realistic or at least like plausible.
Yeah, that
like to.
So you said that you thought the show was something else. What did you think it was?
Oh, that was a standard shonen, like they fight people and whatever.
Nope.
I didn't know it was was an acquisition fantasy.
There is a very short tournament arc, by which I mean it's an episode and a half or something. But one of the big things is one of the characters who's very strong and very agile. That the main character notices he's having trouble, so he goes out and makes him glasses, and that he just is able to I obviously cannot remember the exact formula of what it takes to create glass bud and then get the contouring done, but he does a rudimentary eye test and is like, can you see this? Can you see this? Okay, give me a minute. Goes away for a little bit. Okay, put these on. And that does not exist in the Stone Age. And that it's pseudo isekai in the sense that, you know, a lot of isekai are built on the thing of, oh, you bring this technology and knowledge to a different world. But it's still our world. All laws of physics and just acquisition of base materials and chemicals apply.
Right.
And but that it is reset technologically.
Yeah. That sounds about.
But no, it is.
It sounds about
not
isekai.
it is not a shonen battle show. I can assure you of that.
Okay. Bless up. That does increase the chance that I'd actually enjoy it. Not that I dislike all shonen battle shows. I like some stuff. I like Full Metal Alchemist as much as the next guy, but most of them I don't like that much. Most of them are not as well written.
I hadn't even actually thought of that when we were talking earlier in the week. That it just hit me now, and I'm not sure what actually made it, but it's just like, wait a minute, actually, there's that is, it is just the most tailored thing for you that I can think of.
Hey, I should lean into it. I'll finally be embracing the fact I'm an anime character,
Yeah, there you
which
go.
I kind of ignore.
Is there a type of experiment that you want to do, but you say, I just don't have the knowledge for that? This is something outside of my field of expertise, and I don't think I have the time to learn it, but if I did, I would want to.
Oh, lots of chemistry stuff. I know rudimentary chemistry. I'm not an expert on it by any means. Same with biology, but biology has less like lab.
Yeah, practical implementations
applicable.
that it's.
Yeah, there's stuff. Also, like equipment limits me before skill limits me on all of these. Chemistry is one that I wish I was better at. I was never super great at it. That's because like doing like an experiment, like there's a few like classical chemistry things that would be cool to show. I could probably like make aspirin. I think someone mentioned that once. That's like a pretty easy reduction synthesis. Is it synthesis? Is it called that? If you're I don't know what it's reduced from, if it's a reduction. I can't remember what the actual
I don't think they make aspirin in Dr. Stone, but one of the big things that is like, it takes an entire arc for them to get the different components is making antibiotics.
Oh, like growing penicillin.
Yes, precisely.
Can't do that on stream because it takes too long. You have to wait for it to grow.
Well, what you do is, you put the things in the background, you have the penicillin cam, and just 6 months later.
Yeah. I found a guide on how to make penicillin. I kind of want to try it out, but it is a long-term project. Also, I don't know how I feel about growing controlled mold in my house.
Very fair, very fair.
Hey, this is the kind of mold that kills bacteria, though, so that's probably good.
Yeah, so at the very least, it should be safe? Question mark?
Yeah. You have to make, like, I think it was like, oh, you go through all this trouble to make this massive, like, tray of penicillin, and then when you reduce it down to pills, it's like, oh, this is, like, enough for, like, 4 days of a dose. And, or, like, it's enough for, like, one person to have for the amount of time you need to take antibiotic.
Are there any experiments that you want to run that you have the knowledge, money isn't the issue, time isn't the issue, but that you just don't think it would make a good stream?
Oh, sure, yeah. A lot of those, like, okay, wait, let me see if I can refine one specific thing down. Because it happens regularly that I'll be like, oh, this would be cool, like, make, but it's going to make a boring stream. And because the streaming consideration is something I put a lot of thought into, because it's something that it's a big part of what differentiates me, I think, from other people that would do this type of content.
I'd imagine it's the biggest hurdle.
It is. A lot of stuff, I think, oh, this will be a cool build, but it's not going to be a fun stream. It's why I avoid anything with programming. Or anything with heavy amounts of programming. Why I get upset when the programming part starts taking longer than I think it's going to, or it's not working right, and it's like, oh, I know this is like the worst for stream material.
but you have to get through it. So most stuff that is programming based cannot do it on stream. Stuff that gets like something I'd really like to do is building a microcontroller from scratch, like a CPU from complete scratch. Make it a long marathon stream where it's like, 12 hours or something of assembling each part. That's like right in the niche stuff I like to do. I know how to do it. I know I've done it before. I did it for like college project. I did it just for fun to see if I could. You build it out of like little logic chips. It's huge. It takes up like a massive amount of space because you have it spread across like 36 different chips, like that are just the individual gates, and you're running it through in such a way that it works as a centralized CPU.
But that at 12 hours, the pace is not going to make good entertainment.
The pace is not good entertainment, and there's not. So like when I'm working on like a funny robot or something, like you see the steps come along, and it's like somewhat like what you're building is interesting, even if it's not running until the end. There's like something to that.
You can see the progress, whereas this would just be staring at the chips, and even if there's maybe a few more things on the chips that the layman is gonna look at it and say it doesn't feel like anything has actually happened.
The end result is cool to nerds who are into digital design. It's not interesting to the general public, which is why it's not gonna make a good
At most, you could make it effectively a just chatting stream while you work on it, but at the same time,
hell of a just chatting stream at 12 hours.
Yeah, that would still be a bit much.
Right. It takes so long. It'd be not much for someone who's not into it. It just doesn't line up. It's one of those. It's unfortunate to do something like that. That would be fun for me to do, but I know it wouldn't be fun for most other people to watch.
Are there any streams that you weren't sure if they were going to be good, that you sort of took a leap of faith and said, okay, I think this is gonna be entertaining, but it might be one of the lower energy streams that just wound up being way better than you expected?
Oh, okay, wait. Hang on. I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to look at my
Please.
I know I have an answer for this. I have a list of all the streams I've done, so I can look at it real fast.
Is that a spreadsheet on
it's a spreadsheet.
Okay, because I wasn't sure, because we know you have the analog journal for the ideas.
Right. But no, I have a spreadsheet on the computer because that's a lot more... What is the most... Well, like one where I thought it wasn't going to be that interesting, then ended up being a banger stream. The problem is most of the stuff that's cool I get hyped about beforehand, so it eliminates so many. But I swear there's something.
Because I assume that you can usually tell when something's going to be good, and that's why you do it. But that you don't expect necessarily everything to be just an all-timer. So even if it was something that you expected would be enjoyable enough, but that you might have thought, all right, this is just going to be another stream that, for whatever reason, really clicked.
Right. The making a 90s website stream, which is how you got my website. That I did not think was going to be... I can tell, looking at this, that was the B-list stream that week. That was the one that I thought was going to not be that interesting. And then, because it was the same week as Doodle Speedrun 4, which is the last one I did, and a wood carving stream. So I was probably pinning that as the weaker one. And it was a ton of fun, and people loved it.
How far back was that? Because you said that was the last Doodle speedrun that you've done.
January 10th.
Do you foresee yourself ever doing Doodle Speedrun 5, or do you think that is almost too low tech at this point?
Nah, I beat that horse. I don't want to do the same thing too many times.
Well,
people always ask me to do the same thing over and over again. I'm like, no, you don't want that. Well, you think you want that, but you don't want me to just do it.
You don't want repeats in a short span, but like, I don't know, one Doodle stream maybe every 6 months or every year. That, the annual Doodle stream.
It's not a bad idea, honestly. Like as a once in a while kind of thing. but
very, very sparse.
Right. Also, it's like early on, that was like my first great stream. I feel like that was like the first stream that I felt like was like a truly great concept. It was novel, and when I remember when I had the idea to get the, or like after I did the stream where I had the airsoft gun, I was like, I will never have a stream this good again. This is the pinnacle.
We've peaked.
We have peaked. I think the first. That being said, I said that on like one of the streams. I think it was. Yeah, like my first August stream. I said that too because it was. I was doing an.
You cut out.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why it does that. If I'm like just, it thinks wall of noise of me talking. Like if I start talking fast enough, it doesn't register it.
The other thing I'm also wondering, could it be Discord hitting a limiter that it is it trying to avoid peaking?
I don't think it's normally when I'm away from the mic. When I'm lean into the mic, it stops doing it.
Okay. Yeah, so sorry to interrupt.
I can't remember what I was saying.
Good. That the stream that did well that you weren't expecting, we had the Doodle speed run and do that once every year. You were.
I can't remember.
And there it goes, and it's gone. Chat, if you remember for us.
It's okay. It wasn't important. If I what I remember much easier are the ones that I thought were gonna bang and didn't.
That didn't. Oh,
There's
no.
a couple. There's a couple where, you know, like when you come up with hang on, wait. Jay, don't forget to tell me to wear gloves. Never tell me to wear gloves. The the amount of people who tell me to put on gloves when I'm using things that spin really fast is unreal. I'm like, you do not realize that is like the biggest no-no.
Yeah.
Do not wear gloves when you're using fast things because they'll suck you into the thing. But hang on, what was I? Now I've lost my thread again. Oh, I was saying there are some streams where I thought they were going to bang, and then I realized mid-stream, like not even, oh, you get to the end and then you realize no one showed up for it. You realize mid-stream, like, oh no, this sucks. Like,
have you ever had a mid-stream pivot where you were able to recover something that you were like, okay, this sucks, and find some new angle?
Yes, the chat bot. The bot that we were just talking about. This guy, halfway through, I think it was like 5 hours into the stream building that bot. It didn't work. I mean, it was like, we have some trust. I sometimes have trouble getting coding and stuff to work right, but this was like a new level of like, I'm like deep in the debugging, trying to figure out like, dude, I just need to output to the motor. Like, why is this not working? Why is the motor output command not outputting to the motor? And we spent 3 hours. I spent 3 hours digging through this.
Oh no.
And what had happened was one of the people in the chat gave me the GitHub link to the code, and they gave me the wrong one. They gave me a code to a slightly different robot, but it was almost the same. It was like made by the same company. So it only had the motor driver chip different. It wouldn't work with it. And when I figured, I was like, wait a second. I've never had the motors working with this. Why is this not working right?
You look at the model number or something and realize this doesn't match.
I was like, why does this not match? And I was like, hang on a second. This was sabotage. This was a chat member that sabotaged this. And it led to like this hilarious like revelation where like, wait, you fucked me up. You gave me the wrong code.
And then suddenly everything works again because you get to the right one and lo and behold,
load up the right one.
It's supposed to.
I got it working like 30 minutes with the right one, which means if I'd started from that, it would have worked. It would have been a super short stream. It would have just worked off the bat. And then chat drove the robot down the stairs. So it ended up being a really good like end of stream where everyone got hyped, and it also made a good clip.
I almost wondered because Ludwig has done a couple things where, he's streaming that he is cheating somehow, where that he will have an expert actually playing for him, or that he has something going on behind the scenes. It makes me wonder, is there a way to sort of do that on one of your streams, whether it's you know exactly what you're doing, but you're intentionally doing it wrong, waiting for chat to realize what you are doing wrong, or like to do something impossible, something that should be impossible, but that you like a magic trick, have it set up so that it works.
I've done scripted stuff very sparingly, but the thing is,
it has to be a rarity.
Yes, it has to be a rarity. I've considered doing that. I've considered making a project that is not possible and has no conceivable way of working, and then faking it into working and just seeing if anyone's like, what the hell? But the problem is, I do things that are insane on a regular basis.
Yeah, that you
people are gonna just think that they're fake if I make a fake stream.
You could undermine yourself that way, and that the stuff that you do is already so out there and works legitimately that trying to pull a fast one might just not be worth it. Might not even get the reaction, maybe.
Right, that's the thing. It's like I might not even it might just fall flat. It has to be something where
I think
it's very obvious that the scripting.
I think Tano Natsu has the answer. Do something for
April Fools.
That people walk in, they understand that something's going to be fishy that day, that something's not going to be quite right, and that it's almost a game for chat to realize what the trick is.
There is a plan that I have for a scripted stream that would be, I mean, the chat will immediately realize it's scripted because it's so outlandish, but to catch them off guard, they think it's gonna be a normal one, and then I hit them with this sudden scripted cutscene event that I really want to pull off, but I want to go all out on it, and I have the setup for that level. So maybe someday.
You mentioned that you've had Bat play the Binding of Isaac game.
Oh yeah.
So
she played of her own volition. I didn't ask her.
Because what I'm thinking is she has her occasional Magic Bat Wheel events where just things happen, things get interrupted, and she has to play a game or beat a game. Maybe you just sort of offer up your suite of things of, hey, maybe throw these into your bat into the wheel or whatnot, of just obviously still her stream, her choice, but sort of maybe floated by her one day of what if it's just all of the gags are your games?
What, the ones that I've made on that site?
Just like the shitty ones of just I don't even know.
Well, she's already played hers, so there's not much more to be obtained from that one.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how deep the other ones are, but
not as deep as that one. That's the longest game.
How long does that take to make?
Short. Oh, one stream.
Okay, so still not bad.
Yeah, but the other ones I made 3 a stream.
Oh.
The other ones, 3 streams made all of those, and the Bat one took 1 stream. So keep in mind, all the other ones, multiple were made in 3.
Bat Jam community makes games for Bat to be terrorized by them.
That'd be awesome.
She'd have to be the one to authorize and do that, because then the end result has to be that she is the judge, that she has to then play all these things, and whatever one just scars her the most is the winner. But at that point, that's not a stream for you so much as it is for Bat, and that you could be a competitor in the Bat Jam, perhaps. But
I would enter into Bat Jam for if she hosted that. Oh, speaking of having people on stuff, it's really hard to plan collabs when you do content like this, by the way.
Not surprising, because most of what you do is physical, and that is inherently antithetical to the vast majority of VTubers. That some will do IRL collabs, but even that, it requires you to be in the same place at the same time, generally speaking. But you seem to be finding ways to work around it, that the idea for the battle bots is, okay, you have it so they can remotely control the bots, and that that sort of
that's the thing that makes me most excited about that, is that I can actually have a normal kind of collab where I don't have to bring someone to my house. Because I've only invited on 3 people as collabs on my channel.
Understandable, because you're inviting them to your house.
Yeah, and 2 of them had to come to my house. Like, and the only other one was Congo, who I had on as a co-host when I did the Matchbox rally, because I needed someone to help me host it while I would run down and reset the track.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just dead air.
Yeah, if you need a commentator for BattleBots one, that Congo actually was the last guest that I had, and that he and I, we could make a good team there.
Yeah, Congo already has asked to be. He was like, he wants to be the commentator for the BattleBots. Yeah, do you want to co-commentate?
Yeah,
do you want to commentate a battle?
Yeah, that I can do I can be sort of the analyst chair of, all right, so this is this bot, these are the specs that obviously you would have to give me a sheet with all the information, but I can read off the different things. He has color commentary. That we can make this work.
Yeah, it's a no, that would work pretty well. I try to get people who are good at like running commentary for co-commentating, not just any random people. If I'm getting people in for, it would be people that specifically work with what we're doing for the collab, because I feel like, I don't know, I don't like collabs that feel like they were just kind of mashed together to make it work, I guess. I try to like plan it.
Yeah.
Which is also why I just don't do that many of them.
Yeah. And I guess remote control is sort of I would think the frontier that you need to be looking at if you're going to do collabs, of just, is there one that you can do where not even necessarily a collab partner, but is there things of, okay, chat now has control of these different tools, and it is chat trying to build the thing.
Okay, so I have an idea for a bot, the collab bot specifically. So not even the battle bots, but this is a like gantry thing, kind of like a 3D printer. So it goes above the desk, and you'll have like a claw that you can move up and down that has a camera on it. And then I could give that to someone I'm collabing with, and they could move it around the desk and like pick things up and move them over into the workspace.
So I'm actually thinking of this from 2 angles now. So there's this where you are telling the collab partner who is in control of the robot what to do, and they have to do it.
Yeah.
But then the other is, and this is taking one out of the cooking stream book, that the hand and brain setup, where the other party has the instructions, you don't know what it is, so you would need a third party to pass off the instructions to the collab partner, that they are reading through the instructions of what you have to do. You don't know what you're making.
Right.
And that just, as they go through, either you figure out what it is somewhere along the line, but just that they are telling you what to do, and that even if you know what you are about to do is not quite right because they either read something incorrectly, that, well, no, because that could undermine the whole thing. You'd probably have to tell them, you might want to read that again, because if I do it as you just said, that it will not end up right. But to do a hand and brain style collab, but it's not cooking, it's building something.
Yeah, I could do a hand and brain style. That's a much more low tech version than building a robot for them to use.
Yeah, and I figured that might be the approach, that, obviously you are more than capable of solo content, but that if it strikes your fancy of that you want to do more collabs, that I can fully appreciate that it is complex to do that with your style of content. So maybe that's the workaround of what are the low-tech ways to get other people involved.
Right. Hand and brain could be one. Pulling people in for commentating is one. I could do ones where it's just like someone telling me how to do, I guess that's kind of hand and brain, like telling me how to do a thing.
So you get an expert in a subject that you just don't know.
Maybe not don't know, but something I'm not as familiar with. Like, say I get someone who's good at chemistry, and they're like, okay, tell me how to synthesize this. I've got the lab equipment here.
Yeah.
And then they're instructing me while I'm doing it. Or like, I think that's probably the best way I can go with setting up
collab stuff.
Yeah, that might be it.
Because then you also get to hear about someone else's hobby, and it gets to be a fun little, oh, look, you get to know this person. Hopefully is fun for their audience and my audience.
Plus,
both.
you genuinely learn a couple things along the way.
Exactly. Still get a fun build out of it. So it should be, well, that's what I think about it.
Yeah, and I think that's what's, your content requires a bit more thought than the average streamers, but at the same time, I am not worried about you running out of things to do. That
I sometimes worry that I'm going to run out of just because
you're going to run out of the obvious ones, but then it's going to be variants on the ones that were successful that you keep track of the ones. All right, this was very good baseline. That making this was fine. Now, what twists can we do on this thing that was successful? That you're probably not going to redo ones that just didn't perform well, or ones that were complex or that you just didn't enjoy. But that, and then like we were saying, combining, okay, what are two concepts that can just be mashed together, whether or not you still have the remnants available.
Right. Oh yeah, or chat suggestions. I get a lot of chat suggestions for stuff. That helps out a lot.
Are there any things just on the shelf nearby that you look at and say, oh yeah, these two could be combined someday?
Most of the time when I do that, I write a stream up for it. That's my weekly. That turns into my weekly stream. What I can think of off the top of my head. My brainstorming takes too long. I'm not very good at actually coming it takes me longer than it should to come up with the ideas sometimes. I still need to come up with all the stuff for next week. I have 2 of the streams planned, assuming eBay seller doesn't disappoint me. I still need to come up with a 3rd. And that's coming up because I'm busy like almost all day tomorrow, and I have to put my schedule out Sunday. So need at least 3 streams.
So
I aim for at least 3 streams.
Glizzy-chan outfit making and fixing her voice. Who is Glizzy-chan? Because obviously we talked about the Glizzy, but I don't know who Glizzy-chan is.
Glizzy-chan is the stuffed Glizzy. Observe. It talks if you plug it in. That's what the cable's for. It talks in a horrible TTS.
Okay, and that's the fixing her voice.
Yeah. The voice is really bad. Let's say I plug it in, but no, it's locked behind a bit redeem actually. It's a cheap bit redeem, but it still is. The thing is, normally I don't get rid of annoying redeems before leaving the stream because this thing is so high pitched that it hurts people's ears. So I was like, okay, you know what? If it's actually, then which is unfortunate. On one hand, I kind of like to go back and fix it. On the other hand, that was not a stream that I thought was that good. I thought that was kind of a boring stream, so I'm not sure if I actually want to do more stuff with it.
Is there anything?
Some other people like though.
Is there anything on the shelf that you just occasionally just take off the shelf just to fidget with it, that it might not even be functional?
That's everything on the shelf. I always pace around when I think it picks things up, and I can't find them anymore because I'm putting them down somewhere else like an idiot. Yeah, I always pick up the butane torch and start like igniting it. I used to have the uranium sitting around, but I put it away so that I would stop picking it up.
Probably for the best.
Yeah. It's not that radioactive, but, uranium's kind of poisonous.
It's not that radioactive.
It's one of those things that people always overblew the danger of. It's it's less than twice as radioactive as an exit sign, but people always were like, you don't understand what you're dealing with. And it's like, actually I do, you dumbass. You don't understand what I'm dealing with and how not radioactive this thing is. It's kind of funny.
I have to imagine that you have, basically for every stream, at least one of that guy who comes in and, you mentioned the folks who say, put on gloves, of just that someone who very much thinks that they know what they're talking about, do you have any favorite memories of just one of the most outlandish things that someone has thought they were knowing what they were talking about?
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Like last last stream I mentioned this, I think. When I was messing with a microwave transformer, someone was like, "You're doing this so carelessly. You didn't even check if the transformers were discharged first." And it's like, the transformers don't hold a charge. It's 2 coils of wire in a core. Like, the guy actually does not know at all what he's talking about. Completely pulling it off. Honestly, it's hard to think of more specific examples than that because
it's so frequent, I imagine.
It happens all the time. Every stream,
together.
someone tries to tell me how to do something.
Do you have
constant?
Do you have a line or just like even a redeem for chat of, oh, we got another one, folks, of, you know, do the thing?
No, but I did say I'm gonna start making a wall of shame and putting it on the BRP screen if I get anything that's particularly outlandish.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. During the I did a stream where I did like Will It Blend, and I realized during the microwave stream, one of the things people always said when they came into the chat was, "Oh, are you gonna microwave a smaller microwave?" That got asked by like half a dozen people at least. And I was like, man, there's some obsession with meta, like, here. So, before the blender stream, I wrote on a piece of paper, "Will you blend a smaller blender?" And then put it under the camera that wasn't being used. And someone, like, in the middle, I started marking tally marks every time someone would say it. So, like, in the middle of the stream, someone came in, it was like first time chat, and they asked, and I just like, 1 second. I just walk over, switch the camera, put a 4th tally mark next to it, and then walk back.
Beautiful.
You think you're original? I am going to add the
very
wall
much
of
likes
shame.
the idea of wall of shame, and maybe it's that chat has to validate. So it's, okay, chat, does this qualify for wall of shame? Polls going for 2 minutes, vote.
Yeah.
That,
have it like chat court.
Yeah,
like, all right.
Exactly. The chat court. So, you know, you nominate, you set the threshold of when something is worthy of a vote, because left to their own devices, chat will want to literally vote on every dumb comment, and that's too much. But you can say, all right, I'm calling a vote, chat, here we go, and that it then becomes the actual engagement thing, the fun moment. That chat will have a fun little debate, and you see, does it get added to the wall of shame?
Yeah. If you get added to the wall of shame, really, I should print it out and put it on a physical wall. That's more in tune with my style, I think.
Yes, yeah, to have the physical one, and that, that I guess it would probably just be like a pin board or something, because that way you can take the board down off the wall, you can put it on the desk with the hand cam. You're not having to modify a camera specifically for the rare occasion to show the wall of shame, but you can take it down and say, like, okay, you know, we've printed out the thing, and here you go. You can see yourself being added to the wall of shame, and this is now going back up on the wall.
Yeah, you're now wall of shame. This is the
a robot that types into the wall of shame. Okay.
That's a good idea. Hang on. I've thought of adding like a printer or something to my rowboat stack. Having the ability to have it print out wall of shame entries. That's a good idea. Then I just have a big receipt tape of, all right, this person went on the wall of shame. That's a pretty good idea. I think I was going to wait, what was I gonna say? Okay, never mind, I forgot.
Poof.
Too bad. Brain empty.
Yeah, that's I feel like that's a whole category that obviously you wouldn't do, you know, every week even, but maybe once a month or something, that you're building something specifically for longevity chat integration.
Yeah, every so often I try to do one. This month's was the bells.
Yeah, you mentioned the bells, that's the newest edition. So where are you saying that? Is that going to be a point redeem, a bit redeem?
It'll be a bit redeem. I can't do point redeems for this stuff because Stream Elements can't read point redeems easy.
Oh, okay.
It has to be something Stream Elements can read. They can read subs and bit redeems. So I make it bit redeems. Also helps me fund projects, so I'm fine with it.
You might want to also make it that if you get partner to have hype chat work.
Yes.
Yes. There is the theory that hype chat is planning for the sunsetting of bits.
Oh, I'm fine with that. I like. People were complaining about hype chat. I like hype chat more. Bits. It's more direct. Like, here's money.
Yeah, that's part of it, and that just for people who are new to Twitch, bits are a foreign concept. People understand simple super chats and whatnot, that whether or not they've seen it on YouTube, obviously it does translate well from YouTube, but that it is a much more grokkable format of, okay, I pay amount, it says my message in big number, as opposed to, all right, I have to buy bits, and this is the conversion rate for bits, and then I can cheer X amount to do thing, and that bit redeems are more customizable for content, but also a higher mental barrier to entry.
Right. I think it's pretty. I like the way super chats work better than the way bits work, just because I feel like it's more like, you know what it is. Also, like, as you said,
it's fine for you to talk to chat out loud. You don't need to type things out. You can talk to chat. It's fine.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because this was kind of mildly off point. I thought it was for follows. Oh, because I made the bells. So I wanted a follow bell, like a little restaurant bell. But since I made the whole array, I can just have the follow one play like a little tune. What should it be? What should my follow tune be? Hang on, wait. We can draft this right now. Can you hear that? I think I have noise suppression off.
It was loud and it was clipped for a moment, but I did hear it.
That's the fucking NBC. I can't steal their thing. They're
No.
gonna sue me. Hang on. Yeah, sure. ACB, that should do it. Do the classic Japanese high school bell. What is that?
Da 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 da.
Hang on, what is it? Wait. What is the da?
Da.
Oh, wait, that's too low. Wait. Fuck. My musician skills are lacking dramatically.
It's definitely getting clipped by Discord. That that it's the auto suppression, that basically it's hearing the thing too loud, so to prevent it from peaking, that it cuts it off.
Right.
We're hearing most of it, but it's as the bell would peak. That close.
I have to write that one up. That's a long ass follow thing. It should just be like a three note ditty. You get that if you donate bits. You get the short one if you don't.
Yeah, well, what you do, and you'll have to set it high, because this is something that people will abuse if you put it at a low bit redeem, but just have them go ding 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 ding.
Wait, what is the... I know you can do the first couple of Megalovania. I already made it try to do the Among Us.
Oh.
But it sounds a little
ding,
stilted.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can... Hang on, wait. One of those isn't firing. It was missing a note. What the hell? Why is it missing a... Oh, do I have to fix a problem on the stupid bell?
Oh no!
Damn it. I already installed it. Well, I mean, it's not that hard to... That was almost it. It missed one of the bells, though. I'm not sure why.
Julio Asian mentions doing the Halloween theme for raids.
Oh, should I just replace all my sound?
Just yeah, all the sound effects, all of the notifications are bells.
Honestly, that's more in line with like what I do. Oh wait, it doesn't have one for raids. It has to be a chat alert on Stream Elements. That's how I implement them.
I think raids are a chat alert though. It says, you just got raided by such and such with however many.
Oh wait, you're right. Why is it not here? It just shows
because it definitely happens in the activity feed when that happens.
Oh, hang on, wait. Oh, it wasn't rendered. Oh, wait, no, there's way more. Wait, there's a redemptions one. What is Oh, wait, that's not that kind of redemption. There is a raid one. Okay, yeah, I can. There's one for if someone buys merch.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, that's funny. You'll keep trying to get me to sell stickers. I think I'm going to do it. I have a design. And it's easy to sell through Steam Elements.
Yeah.
I'll hawk my wares. That's a good one, though, Julio.
And I'm just sort of thinking, like, are there any other ones? But yeah, the idea of just basically make all of your notifications into different bell themes.
Yeah, then I don't have it weird, like, overlap directly on the audio. Man, that frees me from having Stream Elements, like, needing to have
you
audio.
Don't even need it there anymore. Now, the thing that, would you want to have just the cheapest GoPro cam you can? That way, when it happens, you can have it appear on screen. So, if people are rating in, that they understand what they are hearing is a physical thing that you have made. If someone's following, that they are seeing the bells being played, and that it just, it pops up for however long the thing is being played and then goes away.
Oh, I actually could. I have a really cheap camera I could put up there.
Because I think the visual element is important, especially for folks who are new, because that they'll hear this noise and be like, where's that coming from? That they won't necessarily know that that's the notification sound, much less that it is an actual physical instrument being played. So being able to see it, I think, is really important.
This is why the end goal of all the chat controlled instruments is eventually I'll have a thing, so I don't even need BGM. I just have it.
Oh my god, that might be a bit too much.
No. Think about it. You have like a synthesizer that plays through a MIDI file constantly. That's like what some people use as BGM.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were suggesting that your entire BGM would be chat generated.
No, not chat generated.
Like,
it'd be played by a robot.
Okay, yes, that makes a lot more sense.
Synth plus some physical things. That would be cool. That's actually a really cool way to spin that. Now I want to do it more.
Or that could it be that somebody sends in like a music file and that it gets beat mapped to a thing that with only one octave to play with, that's probably not going to work.
Yeah, not for the bells. Of course, if I just make a synth, you could probably load an actual MIDI file into it and have it play it, as long as it's poly voice. I can't remember what that's called. Multi-voice.
Didn't expect this to sort of become, all right, let's brainstorm stuff for Ooh, but I'm having fun with it.
Hey, I'm fine with getting the free idea.
Yeah.
Bless up.
And obviously,
polyphonic, that's the word I was looking for.
And obviously, your stream, you do what you want. That I always love being able to spitball things, because I usually figure, all right, my ideas, like 99 times out of 100, aren't going to be the right thing, but that I can usually aim my spitballs close enough that the other party can then take it across the finish line to make it for them, and that if I can get something at least close to spark an idea, then I've done something good.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's appreciated.
Holy cow, we've been at for 4 hours.
Yes, it is getting late.
So I don't want to run you too ragged, but not quite the Billy Bass stream. We'll keep it at Bell stream level for tonight.
Sure.
But I do have just a couple last questions. It's the two, really the only questions that I have as my consistent ones. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of 2023? So obviously this actually being your first full year of, like you were saying, really dedicated effort on your streams and your content. Apart, and I'm going to say that getting partner cannot be your answer, because that one's too easy, and you're on the cusp of it anyways. And like I've said, I consider it very much a when not an if that you add a little purple to your profile. But anything else,
Sure.
so whether it be, we have talked about the anniversary stream. Apart from that, are there any like bigger events that you're looking forward to? Anything that you're hoping to improve? Maybe it's just with your setup that you've finally moved into, the bigger area of the basement. But if it's something that you want to just improve that is baseline, do you have any goals for the rest of the year?
I don't know. My main goal is just to get more efficient with my time use. 'Cause right now it's like unsustainably long. Like, I get up at 7, I work until 5, I have 1 hour to set up for stream. I stream at 6, I end stream around 11 or 12, I edit and go to bed at 2 a.m. I get 5 hours of sleep and then repeat.
Oh
I
my.
can't do that forever.
Yeah.
That's going to kill me. So I'm trying to get more efficient at my time use. Get faster at editing, manage stuff like that more, like getting my YouTube account juiced up more now as well. Yeah, you're right, cut out on the sleep.
Yeah,
There's a reason why I do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I can survive 2 days in a row. Third day, you're really feeling it.
Yeah.
So that Wednesday is the recovery day, and then I'm good on. Also, it's the day I use to do chores and stuff that
Makes sense.
that don't get time for normally. And why I only stream 3 days a week? I feel kind of bummed that I can't do more, but it's the nature of this type of stream. Like, 3 a week is insane for some of it anyway.
And that you are keeping yourself at that high quality bar of that every stream that you do is an event stream is something that for most others would be something very special, and that to be able to do the high production that you do, also just, you mentioned that you have a far greater pre-prep time than most streamers and most folks. Is, all right, boot up the game, hit start streaming on OBS and you're good to go, but that you always have to be gathering the materials, prepping any number of those things in addition to just getting them physically in your space, that you have a lot more in terms of production.
That's like over 10 hours a week as well. Like, off stream, getting everything ordered, planning the streams, getting everything ordered, putting out the schedule is like at least 10 hours.
Have you
It's a
ever
lot of
actually just
work.
gotten a full pallet delivered?
The most I've got delivered, I think it was right. I got all the microwaves, and I did the bismuth knife that week. That was like the most expensive week I think I did for streams. I had like a pile of Amazon boxes on my porch. That was like up to the midway up the door. It was so much stuff that had come in for that week's streams.
Oh, holy shit.
Some weeks I get a bunch of stuff.
And the last question I asked all my guests, and it's one that is going to be interesting for you, that the question is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? That for some folks, I've had people say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I can't be in real life. Other folks have said it is a tool in my toolbox as a content creator. It's a mask that I wear, and I don't think I'd want to be a face cam streamer, but I don't necessarily have the emotional connection that I have, or that others have with theirs. And, anything between and beyond is totally valid. There's no wrong way to be a VTuber. And that especially with you and your content and the things that you do, that you're obviously more 2.5D than most others, since basically everything you do does involve the hand cam, but you still are a VTuber. So to you, Uwu to Oo, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
So a lot of people ask me why I don't just do face cam streams, because you're on camera all the time anyway. No, the appeal to VTubing to me specifically is that it just has so much more creative power. Like, I want to be, part of it is that I want to be anonymous anyway. It makes it a lot easier for me to just like invest creatively in something. I don't have my real name or identity attached to it. I don't have that like reputation for that I have to live up to. I can just do whatever. I can be as creative with stuff as I want, kind of, in this world. And it puts me in a community that accepts that level of creativity. I mean, a lot of Twitch is not quite so, like, it's more established, and it's not as open to true variety. Like, keep in mind, if you go off the stream like this, or like outside of the VTuber sphere, you'll find most streamers like just play one game, not even like a bunch of different ones, just one.
Yeah, statistically speaking, that while it feels like in the VTuber space, I would say statistically we have more variety streamers, but if you go just all the way across Twitch, statistically, yeah, most folks just play a game.
Right. And I feel like kind of because of how like early corpos established VTubers as like being these like multi-purpose entertainers, that set this indie meta where people are just willing to try things they're not good at, which is something you don't see very often. Like, even on the other creative sides.
That angle that I have my own mini rants.
It's a valuable thing.
Oh yeah, I have my own mini rants on the good and the bad that corporate precedent has set. And that obviously, the corporations were not trying to set a precedent, but that as VTubing grew, and that naturally the larger ones are where a lot of eyes were, so people naturally want to emulate them, that it caused a lot of precedent. And I never even thought of the fact that corporate VTubers by nature are variety streamers, and that precedent was passed down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's why you don't find many that just play one game, or even just play games. Hell, like, I don't think I've ever seen a VTuber who hasn't had like a singing stream or something, or like a drawing stream. Like, that's not normal outside of this specific sphere, and it's because of that like leeching in idol culture. As much as I say like I don't like idol culture, I am thankful for like instilling that, because it's what makes it different. That's the gem that I see in the culture as a whole, is that like that willingness to do all this different stuff. I've never watched so many people who can't sing try to sing in my life. And I don't mean that as an insult.
Yeah, no,
I mean people who are putting off that mask and just willing to try it. To try anything. Try art, or try like entertainment, like scripted stuff. This is like foreign outside of this group. I feel like that's like what makes it special, and it's what I don't hear a whole lot of people talking about, what makes it special.
Yeah, that I never thought of it from that particular angle, but now you say it, I very much agree that not only is it that, whole like Niji Sanji, a lot of the more prolific corporate VTubers are inherently going to be multi-talented individuals, and that being the perhaps aspiration, or just the big name examples that people try to emulate, that it incentivizes them and inspires them and says, all right, even one of the great things about big corporate VTubers is that they have stuff. They try new things. That they have ones where they are awkward and flail, and that fortunately, while they do have a great deal of inspiration in idol culture, that they are not held to the perfection. That in a lot of ways the idol standard is not actually carried over, and that for a while it was a meme of just like, oh, teehee, they're supposed to be idols, but they're obviously, they're so unsay-so, and that they do all these crazy wacky things that an idol would never ever do, and that in a lot of ways it is that running joke. But that then becomes its own precedent where people are allowed to be themselves and that they're allowed to be wacky and try unconventional things.
That's what I fell in love with this group. The people that I found that sucked me into, because I think, I watched Corpos back in 2020 or so. I didn't really watch their streams. I'd watch like their clips and stuff. I think the only person whose stream I would watch way back early on in VTubing was Pikami, because she was hilarious. I probably would have stopped watching VTubers by mid 2021 if I hadn't found the indie scene where they're trying to do all this stuff that's like they're taking that corpo formula and just kind of spinning their own web out of it. I've never been into watching people play video games. I mean, I do because I like their personalities, but I fall in love with their personalities when they're doing this kind of like random creative stuff. That's what hooked me into it. And watching people like attempt things. It's very rare in adult hobby circles for someone to try to do something that they're not good at. Everyone, by the time you're an adult, it's expected you're good at the hobby, and if you're not, then you're kind of like, all right, step aside while the real people try.
Yeah, and
here it's just,
or at the very least, that if you're not good at a hobby, that it is something that you generally do on your own. That it's not uncommon for adults to say, oh, I'm trying to pick up woodworking or something and whatnot, but that you're not going to go out and try to entertain others while you are learning a thing. That
you're not going to be like in a group with other people doing. They're not.
Yeah, and unless you're in like a classroom setting, that if you're all taking a painting class with a bunch of folks, that's one thing. But that you're not going to. Most folks won't try to make content out of something they are not really good at.
Right. Put themselves out there at that level is just something you don't see very much of.
Yeah.
And like trying that like effort that people put in to try to stand out and be unique, and you see all these like the VTubing sphere is full of artists and like wannabe actors or musicians, like all these creatives that you normally wouldn't get in a standard like video game centric thing. So even though it's mostly just people playing video games, which is why I try to take the extra step to not do that, just to shake it up, it's not really like it. That's not what makes it appealing. It's that there's so many creative people here, and there's so much that gets done within that.
Yeah.
So that's what it means to me. The model is merely an extra layer of the creativity that you make a character. You play it.
I always ask that question last because while I never know how someone is going to answer, the answers make sense. And like I said, I wasn't quite sure how you were going to answer. Part of me was saying, all right, that some folks have had a very, I don't want to say mundane, but a very, I usually have a phrase and I'm totally blanking on it tonight, that there are some folks that for them, like I said, it is a mask that they wear, and that a more clinical answer of that, like, VTubing lets me do a couple things that I wouldn't be able to do as a face cam streamer, and that, it is a tool in my tool belt. It's something creative that not necessarily an emotional connection, and you did have that type of answer, but with an emotional twist to it, of that it went beyond you, that it goes to the entire VTubing space, of just that it is how you as an individual carry yourself as a VTuber, but it also actually baked in a piece that wasn't necessarily part of the question of what drew you to VTubing as a whole. So that was a very special treat to bring things together. And I always ask at the end because, like I said, it helps put a bow on things. And that it makes sense from the past 4.5 hours now that we've been talking. So that just thank you so much for that answer, for being here, for being willing to help set up for the hand cam show and tell a little bit, and let me sort of bounce random ideas off you. That if one of the things we discussed tonight gets twisted and then ideated on and used, I consider that a wild success on my part, and even not whatever. That obviously for me, that it's about the conversation, the fun, the thought experiments, and I thought we got to go a lot of very interesting places tonight, and certainly for me as a host, that I got to ask questions that I will not be able to ask basically any of my other guests. It was so easy for me to think of questions tonight because a lot of them seem very intuitive, but also that it's not repetitive. These aren't questions that I've had to ask before, and so everything was new, even if it felt kind of simple. And that you've been a wonderful storyteller, wonderful guest. So again, just thank you so much for taking the time out, because you do have a busy schedule, man.
And I thank you for inviting me on the show. I've seen your show before and liked it, so I'm very flattered to come on.
Pleasure's mine. So, and technically I do have one more question, and that's, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, let's see who's on right now.
While he searches, I'll do some last housekeeping. As always, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter if you're interested in seeing more stuff like this. I do these shows about once a week, sometimes more, sometimes less. I can't promise you any consistency, so sorry, but hey, that's all the more reason to follow, because then you'll actually know when I'm doing stuff. I realize I didn't give you a single shout out this entire stream, so I feel kind of bad, but there's one right there. If for some absurd reason you aren't following Uwu yet, please do yourself a favor and correct that. His links are also down in the channel panels here on Twitch, and they will be in the video description for YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Yeah.
Can we raid Hamflow?
Hamflow, can you send me their username so I don't misspell it?
Hamflow. Put it in the chat.
Hamflow, yeah. Awesome. Well, we'll be raiding into Hamflow. Be sure to let them know that Uwu sent you all. Let's hear. So I will get that all set up. But again, Uwu, such a pleasure. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, whether you were here from the pre-show chat or if you just got here somewhere near the end, any amount of time, whether you lurked or chatted, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your evenings, and I will see you all next time.